I gave instructions yesterday, strict instructions. I gave strict instructions yesterday that you should all be seated. And I only find that I'm the one still doing the adjustment. Why? And for all the coordinators, all the committee coordinators, if you've not submitted your report, I think I give you 20 minutes. I give you 20 minutes. The rapporteurs have a very few moments to look into it. So I give you 20 minutes. Committee coordinators. Where's the gavel? Madam President, where's the gavel? Okay, I've had enough. We can roll. Good morning, ambassadors, delegates to the Model United Nations Conference. Good morning, invited dignitaries. Good morning, every one of us.
Bonjour, chers ambassadeurs. Bonjour, chers délégués. Bonjour, chers invités spéciaux à notre conférence modèle des Nations Unies.
Our session today would have just been for 2 hours and will be completed.
Notre session d'aujourd'hui devrait normalement durer 2 heures.
But I have just, I was told early this morning
Et on m'a dit tôt ce matin
that we have important people that would like to talk to us.
que nous avons des personnes très importantes qui aimeraient nous parler.
And so we'll create time for that kind of plenary as well.
Et alors, nous allons créer un moment pour les écouter.
As a matter of fact, immediately we call, the President of the General Assembly calls the session to order.
En effet, lorsque le président de l'Assemblée générale va ouvrir la session,
and receives the position papers. I understand there are 17 position papers.
et selon les positions, j'ai compris qu'il existe 17.
And selects the countries that will address the General Assembly.
On va sélectionner les pays qui vont adresser l'Assemblée générale.
We may just take 2 countries and then have the first speaker of the plenary, take charge.
On aura seulement 2 pays qui vont intervenir et puis on va prendre les invités spéciaux qui vont nous adresser.
There's an anchor for today's event.
Il y a une personne qui va modérer l'événement d'aujourd'hui.
And indeed, that is good for us, so that some of us can have other things, have time to do other things.
Et c'est mieux pour certains d'entre nous de prendre charge d'autres occupations.
All procedures are well known to you,
Vous maîtrisez déjà les procédures,
including the fact that you make speeches within a minute,
y compris le fait que vous avez 1 minute de prise de parole.
and including the fact that you make an address to the General Assembly within 2 minutes.
y compris également le fait que votre mot à l'Assemblée générale doit durer seulement 2 minutes.
So we will effectively begin immediately.
Donc nous commençons immédiatement.
Good morning, distinguished delegates. Good morning, esteemed panelists. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Bonjour invités distingués, délégués distingués. Bonjour chers élèves. Bonjour mesdames et messieurs.
Okay, at this moment, I'll call this meeting to order and I'll like to open this section. Thank you.
En ce moment, je déclare ouverte notre session. Merci.
Please bring forward the 17 position papers that are ready.
Est-ce que nous pouvons avoir les 17 positions que vous avez préparées?
Can we keep the doors closed now?
Et est-ce que nous pouvons fermer les portes?
Remember also that we're convening the Security Council, the UN Security Council, immediately after the first series of speakers we have for today. We quickly convene the UN Security Council and look at a resolution. Now, at the point that the resolutions will be circulated, there should not be any confusion. It will not be to everyone. It's going to be only for those in the oval sitting up front.
Rappelez-vous que nous convoquons le Conseil de sécurité de l'ONU immédiatement après les premières personnes qui vont qui vont nous adresser leur message. Et rappelez-vous également que la position ovale n'est pas pour tout le monde.
Countries, delegates whose position papers and addresses were adopted for delivery, step to the door briefly, quickly. Step to the door briefly now.
Les délégués des pays qu'on a approuvé leur position peuvent se mettre au niveau de la porte très rapidement.
I think my voice is better than any music. So don't put any music on, please. I use the break time to quickly place on notice that, of course, we know the members of the diplomatic corps already are seated. They have been introduced many times, but it's still good to say they arrived again today. I have recognized some of them. I recognize Ambassador Abouaman of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire. I recognize Ambassador Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary of the Republic of Congo-Kinshasa, Ambassador Pascal Olivia. I recognize there Ambassador Mbake Diop of the Republic of Senegal. I do recognize clearly Ambassador Kadiatou of the Republic of Guinea-Conakry. Recognize you, sir. Ambassador Valentin Mberi of the Republic of Congo-Kinshasa. Congo-Brazzaville, sorry. They are all Congos. So I remember again my brother, Ambassador of the Republic of Uganda, Ambassador Daniel Neville. I remember Ambassador Toko Denchang of the Republic of Chad, Ambassador Gilles Mike of the Republic of Sierra Leone. I remember Ambassador Abdullahi Bakoji Adamu, the only person here with concurrent accreditation for Niger Republic and the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I do recognize even those I don't remember you by name. Madam Ambassador of the Republic of Cameroon, up on the high table, I recognize you over there. I remember you. I remember your name too, Ambassador Joachim Quinivet Bane, right? I got that correctly. I recognize the representative to the United Nations, Ambassador Osama Abu Abod. I recognize you, sir. For other recognitions, I do recognize because he's just coming in. Yeah, he's just coming in, and he's actually gracing this session with his presence, which we appreciate. He's billed to be part of the session for tomorrow, not today. The others that are for tomorrow are not here, but then he took time to come and grace the plenary for today. I recognize the representative of a foremost university in Nigeria, many times award-winning university in Nigeria, the Covenant University, Dr. Felix C. Chidozie. I recognize you, sir. Please be upstanding because you are the new person. Please, let's welcome Ambassador Felix Chidozie. That you choose to grace this occasion, to bless us with your presence. We will have you on the high table when we switch from plenary and parliamentary style to informal style. But for now, use the low table. Thank you so much. I recognize all of you ambassadors, extraordinary and plenipotentiary delegates of the 106 countries in the world. I recognize all of you, the 193 member states of the United Nations, country by country. I recognize those who have worked in the committees, preparing the templates for all resolutions. I recognize the rapporteurs. I recognize the declarations, drafting committees. I do recognize even the government officials that are not with us today fully. They had their session with us fully yesterday. So it's all well. We are all good to go. Thank you. At the back of your mind should always remain that our model United Nations is primarily focused on the concept of educational development. Our theme is the development of education in developing countries. Concern is the poor countries regarded as third world countries. Issues are basically to have quality, standardized education, educational systems in these countries. Do not forget that. We have been on this for a long time, and we are doing good so far. We will come up finally with what is known as the Enugu Platform of Action. After the declaration that will be tagged as the Enugu Declaration, there will be the platform of action attached to it. And that is why the diplomatic corps are with us, so that they append their signatures and make our document to be a document to be considered as veritable worldwide.
Okay, at this moment, I would like to call the delegates of United Kingdom to come and address the General Assembly. Thank you.
En ce moment, j'aimerais appeler le délégué du Royaume-Uni pour qu'il vienne avec son message pour l'Assemblée générale.
Madam President of the General Assembly, Madam President of the Security Council, distinguished delegates, esteemed colleagues, and honored guests. My name is Ezugu Ositadim Majan Martin, and I'm here in the capacity of the High Commissioner Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Delegate of the United Kingdom of Great Britain. It is a privilege to address you at this significant NGUN conference. I am here to address on reforming or remodeling education towards a more technical and applied science discipline. This topic is of paramount importance as we consider the future education and its role in economic development, particularly in developing countries in Africa. The UK's applied strategies include Okay, sorry.
Délégué distingué, invité spécial, Madame la Présidente de l'Assemblée générale, je m'appelle Eziegu John Martin Ositadima et je suis ici en capacité du haut-commissaire extraordinaire qui représente les Royaumes-Unis. C'est un privilège pour moi de vous adresser ces paroles. Je suis ici pour vous parler de notre design pour l'éducation afin de promouvoir la technologie et la discipline dans le milieu scolaire. Ce sujet pour nous est très important parce que nous prenons en considération le futur et le rôle que joue le développement économique dans nos pays africains à travers l'éducation.
The UK education system and economic growth. In UK, we have the following applied strategies, which is integration of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics into our curriculum.
Le système éducatif du Royaume-Uni est un système qui veut promouvoir la croissance économique. Et dans ce système, nous mettons l'emphase sur la science, la technologie et la croissance économique.
These are for early child technical and scientific thinking development.
Et ceci, c'est pour promouvoir l'analyse scientifique.
The aforementioned strategies brought the following.
Ces stratégies que nous utilisons ont mené au suivant.
Quality engineers,
Des ingénieurs de qualité,
good health care,
un service de santé meilleur,
quality production sections,
la production de qualité,
among others,
Parmi
which
tant
brought
d'autres.
United Kingdom to be among the global economic and education leaders.
Et c'est cela qui a rendu les Royaumes-Unis un pays fort et globalement reconnu.
In Africa, it has been discovered that the following are the challenges of education.
En Afrique, on a souligné les suivants comme challenge dans les différents pays.
Inadequate funding for teachers' upkeep,
Il n'y a pas de fonds adéquats pour les enseignants,
poor infrastructure and scientific investments,
il n'y a pas suffisamment d'infrastructures et d'investissements scientifiques,
poor scientific and technological practices,
il n'y a pas suffisamment de pratiques ou de bonnes pratiques scientifiques.
among others. Then the following ways are the way forward or the solution to these problems.
Je vais vous présenter ensuite les solutions que nous proposons à ces problèmes.
Renowned policy for proper funding,
Des meilleures politiques pour l'agriculture,
proper funding of education,
pour le financement de l'éducation,
improvement on teachers' maintenance and allowances,
l'amélioration sur les honoraires des enseignants.
curriculum should be redesigned to have more practical exercise at all levels.
Le système éducatif adapté avec des designs appropriés à tout niveau.
Then the following are the implementation strategies.
Et ensuite, je vous présente les stratégies d'implémentation.
Proper supervision on teachers and students' performance.
Une bonne supervision sur la performance des enseignants et des apprenants.
Conducting pilot programs for proper checks.
Des programmes adéquats pour une bonne surveillance.
Conclusion.
En conclusion,
The UK's experience demonstrates the significant impact that a strong focus on technical and applied sciences have on economic growth.
l'expérience des Royaumes-Unis nous montre l'impact signifiant que la technologie et la science peuvent avoir sur la croissance économique.
UK, by adopting these strategies,
En adoptant ces stratégies,
has made so much benefits.
le Royaume-Uni se fait beaucoup de profit.
Therefore, African countries can transform their educational systems and drive economic development as well.
Alors, les pays africains peuvent transformer leur système éducatif et avoir aussi une croissance économique.
On this note,
Sur ce point,
I encourage all stakeholders to take bold steps towards reforming education to be a more technical and applied science-based discipline.
je vous conseille de prendre des décisions fermes afin d'investir sur
Just like China and Japan.
l'amélioration de vos systèmes éducatifs pour avoir une bonne économie, tout comme la Chine et le Japon.
Finally, I say,
Et finalement, je dis,
The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago, and another best time is now.
Le meilleur moment pour planter un arbre était il y a de cela 20 ans, mais présentement nous vivons encore ce genre de moment.
Together, the 2030 Global Education SDGs will be achieved.
Et ensemble, en 2030, les objectifs du développement durable seront atteints.
I remain the High Commissioner Extraordinary and Plenipotentiary Delegates of the United Kingdom. Thank you all.
Une fois de plus, j'étais le haut-commissaire extraordinaire délégué des Royaumes-Unis. Merci beaucoup. Merci beaucoup, monsieur le délégué du Royaume-Uni.
Okay, please, the speeches at the United Nations General Assembly only takes 2 minutes, but due to the interpretation, speeches from delegates will take 5 minutes. Thank you. So delegates from Finland should come and address the General Assembly. Thank you.
Normalement, les discours doivent durer seulement 2 minutes, mais à cause de l'interprétation, les discours vont durer 5 minutes. Merci.
Yes, as that delegate is coming up, I'll quickly inform you that after her address to the General Assembly, we will cut short this parliamentary session and have an informal session where we have our special guest speaker address us, and then it's at that appropriate time that I'm going to introduce him formally. So keep to time, Madam Ambassador.
Déjà, on va interrompre un peu cette session. Après la présentation de Madame l'ambassadrice, nous aurons 2 ambassadeurs qui vont nous adresser leurs mots et puis on va continuer. Au moment venu, je vais introduire ces ambassadeurs. Merci.
Madam President, Vice President, President of the Security Council, Secretary General, dignitaries present, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Hiva Paiva, good day.
Madame la Présidente, Vice-Présidente, Secrétaire généraux, délégués, invités distingués, Hiva Paivo, bonjour.
My name is Abuanike Cecilia. I am the delegate of Finland, and I'm here to talk about a critical issue that has been affecting both global development and education in developing countries, which is financing education.
Mon nom c'est Cecilia Agbonaki, je suis déléguée de Finlande. Je suis ici pour vous parler des situations qui affectent le développement dans le système éducatif de notre pays.
How can we expect children in developing countries like Haiti, Uganda, Nepal to thrive when their schools lack basic resources, their teachers go unpaid, and their schools are basically falling apart?
Comment pouvons-nous penser que les enfants des pays sous-développés peuvent avoir un bon système éducatif pendant que les enseignants ne sont pas payés, il n'y a pas d'infrastructure ou le nécessaire pour qu'ils puissent avoir ce genre d'éducation?
Finland allocates a significant portion of its GDP to finance education in developing countries and also provide equity and access to education for all children.
Notre pays pourvoit des moyens financiers pour tous ces pays sous-développés qui ont besoin de soutien financier pour pouvoir améliorer leur système éducatif.
Finland urges the UN to encourage bilateral partnerships in different countries.
Nous encourageons les Nations Unies de mettre en marche des partenariats bilatéraux afin de pouvoir promouvoir l'éducation dans les pays sous-développés.
This will then provide financial aid and technical assistance, just as Finland provided 32 million euros for the educational development of Kenya.
Ceci va mettre en leur disposition de l'assistance financière, tout comme nous avons donné 32 millions d'euros dans le système éducatif et développemental du Kenya.
Finland also suggests that there is collaborations between the government, private sectors, and civil societies for educational projects.
Nous proposons également la collaboration entre les gouvernements et les sociétés, les organisations de la société civile, juste pour investir de plus en plus dans le système éducatif.
These partnerships have been able to benefit over 100,000 students in East Africa.
Et ces genres de partenariats ont été bénéficiaires à plus de 100 000 étudiants partout en Afrique.
Finally, Finland encourages organizations, especially in Africa, like the Economic Community of Western African States and African Union, to include financing education in their objectives.
Et enfin, nous encourageons également les organisations comme ECOWAS et l'Union des pays africains pour investir financièrement dans le domaine de l'éducation.
According to the former UN Secretary General Ban Ki-moon,
selon l'ancien secrétaire général des Nations Unies, Ban Ki-moon,
education is a foundation for sustainable development.
L'éducation sert la fondation pour le développement durable.
Finland believes that by achieving these goals, we can achieve the target SDG 4.
Et nous croyons également qu'en atteignant cet objectif, nous allons effectivement atteindre l'objectif numéro 4,
which is ensuring inclusive and equitable quality education and promoting lifelong opportunities for all.
Qui est pour assurer une bonne éducation et surtout de qualité et une meilleure vie pour tous.
Kitos, thank you.
Kitos, merci.
Okay, I said we're going to stop now, and please, dear functionaries, take a low seat too. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. We will return to our business, but before we return to our business, let us be so blessed and enlightened and become more promising diplomats after we listen to this session. The session will require a fresh set of high table for this, for the work to be carried on properly. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. I think the Ambassador deserves a bigger round of applause.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur l'Ambassadeur.
Thank you. Good morning, our esteemed ambassadors from around the world.
Bonjour, très chers ambassadeurs qui viennent de partout du monde.
Good morning, our distinguished personalities present.
Bonjour à tous nos invités distingués.
Good morning, our delegates, students, diplomats from across Nigeria.
Bonjour à tous nos élèves délégués, diplomates qui viennent de tous les coins du Nigeria.
My name is Ifi Aronwo-Kafo, and I am here to be with you today, anchoring parts of this event that you let me anchor, of course.
Mon nom, c'est Ifi Okafor. Je serai votre modératrice aujourd'hui durant le reste de cet événement.
And today we have lots to do.
Et aujourd'hui, nous avons énormément de choses à faire.
We have an esteemed personality present.
Nous avons une personnalité vraiment estimée et importante présente.
I don't know, how many of us saw the Educational Advancement Center, the stand outside? You saw
Combien
it?
d'entre nous ont vu le stand dehors sur
Where is it
l'éducation
located?
avancée? Où est-ce que c'est localisé?
Where is it located?
Où est-ce que c'est localisé?
They have a location, I mean, where they came from for this exhibition. Do you remember?
Où se trouve leur bureau avant qu'ils ne viennent pour cet événement? Où se trouve leur siège?
No one knows. Please don't rush out to check. All right. There is a reason why I am asking.
Il y a une raison pour laquelle je pose cette question.
You should know what's going on in your environment.
Vous devez maîtriser tout ce qui se passe dans votre environnement.
Don't miss any information.
Ne laissez aucune information vous échapper.
That Educational Advancement Center is from Ibadan.
Cet centre d'éducation avancée vient d'Ibadan.
And yesterday, the governor spoke about this Educational Advancement Center and the man behind it who will be joining us on stage. It's important for us to recognize.
Et avant que je ne continue à vous donner des détails sur cette personne impeccable qui est le cerveau derrière cette idée, et avant qu'il ne vienne même nous rejoindre ici,
the number one educator in in Enugu State,
j'aimerais que nous reconnaissons la présence du numéro 1 dans le domaine de l'éducation dans l'État d'Enugu.
the Honorable Commissioner of Education in the Core City State, Professor Ndubwezemba, please. A resounding applause.
L'honorable commissaire de l'éducation, professeur
Are you still clapping?
Ndubwezemba.
All right. Thank you so much, Honorable Commissioner, for the opportunity to address these esteemed audience.
Merci, honorable commissaire, pour l'opportunité d'adresser cette foule estimée.
Also present
Également présent ici,
is a senior lecturer,
c'est un professeur,
an acting head of Department of Political Science and International Relations at Covenant University.
le chef du département des sciences politiques et des relations internationales
Covenant University.
à Covenant University.
Dr. Felix C. Chidozie. A
Dr.
resounding
Félix
applause.
C. Chidozie.
Thanks for being here, Doc.
Merci d'être ici, docteur.
And now, as I introduce our esteemed speaker who will be here in just a moment,
Et maintenant, avant que je n'introduise notre invité spécial qui sera là dans un moment,
okay, we also will invite
nous allons également inviter
to represent the ambassadors here
pour représenter tous les ambassadeurs qui sont ici présents
on the stage, and of course, with the esteemed personalities on the high table, Ambassador Valentine Mberi,
Nous invitons ici ambassadeur Valentin Berry,
leader of UN delegation of Congo Brazzaville.
le
A resounding
représentant
applause, please.
des Nations Unies au Congo-Brazzaville.
Thank you so much, Ambassador.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur l'ambassadeur.
We have with us today a former minister of power,
Nous avons également avec nous aujourd'hui un ancien ministre des Mines
and a former vice chancellor of the Lion University, the University of Nigeria,
et nous avons également l'ancien vice-chancelier de l'Université du Nigeria
and of course, a former vice chancellor of the University of Ado-Ekiti.
et également le vice-chancelier, l'ancien vice-chancelier de l'Université de Ado-Ekiti.
And currently, the Vice Chancellor of the University of the Niger. Times when you sit down and turn on your antenna to learn.
En ce moment, vous allez aiguiser vos oreilles pour écouter, pour apprendre.
Let's invite, especially for his presentation, Professor Chinedu Nebo, please. Another resounding
suis sûr que vous ne pouvez plus
applause as
attendre
Prof
longtemps.
takes the microphone.
Nous allons inviter professeur Chinedu
Thank you, Prof.
pour qu'il fasse sa présentation.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
The Honorable Commissioner of Education, Mba,
Honorable commissaire de l'éducation, professeur Mba,
distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
mesdames et messieurs très distingués,
it is actually my pleasure to be here this morning,
c'est actuellement un plaisir pour moi d'être ici ce matin.
and I most humbly identify with already established protocol.
Et déjà, très humblement, je m'identifie avec votre protocole établi.
That will save us a few minutes.
Ceci va nous servir quelques minutes, ça va nous prendre quelques minutes.
I would like to welcome all of you
J'aimerais vous accueillir, vous tous,
because Enugu State is moving ahead tremendously.
parce que l'État d'Enugu est vraiment en train d'avancer.
Our Commission of Education has done marvelously well and is still doing marvelously well.
Notre commission d'éducation a déjà énormément travaillé et il continue de faire de merveilles.
To host this global event is not an easy thing.
Avoir ce genre d'événement global n'est pas facile. Je vous apprécie, honorable commissaire,
All the delegates,
tous les délégués,
all the ambassadors,
tous les ambassadeurs.
you're welcome.
Vous êtes les bienvenus.
I have been asked to address a topic, imperatives for digital education in Nigeria's 21st century basic schools.
Ils m'ont demandé de parler sur un sujet, les prérequis pour l'éducation digitale au Nigeria dans notre 21e siècle.
Digital education in Nigeria's basic schools is essential for preparing students to thrive in a technology-driven world.
L'éducation digitale dans nos écoles est très important pour pouvoir apprêter les élèves à affronter un monde plein de technologies.
This paper explores critical imperatives
Ce papier va détailler les prérequis importants
for adopting digital education in Nigeria's basic schools,
pour l'éducation digitale dont nous avons besoin au Nigeria,
outlining the current educational landscapes,
soulignant ce que nous avons présentement dans le système éducatif,
the benefits of digital education,
les profits que ça va apporter à l'éducation,
the challenges of implementation,
les difficultés que nous allons rencontrer
and strategic recommendations
et les stratégies proposées
for successful integration.
pour la réussite de l'intégration.
By examining these elements,
En examinant ces éléments,
this paper aims to provide a roadmap
ce document va nous donner la voie
for transforming Nigeria's educational system
que nous allons suivre pour transformer le système éducatif du Nigeria,
to meet the demands of the 21st century.
pour rattraper les développements du 21e siècle.
The rapid advancement of digital technologies
L'avancement rapide des écoles dans la technologie
has significantly impacted various sectors, including education.
a vraiment impacté plusieurs secteurs, surtout l'éducation.
Digital education,
L'éducation digitale,
which involves using digital tools and resources
qui comporte l'utilisation des atouts digitaux
to enhance teaching and learning processes,
pour soutenir l'apprentissage,
is becoming increasingly important in modern education systems.
devient de plus en plus très important dans le système éducatif moderne.
In Nigeria,
Au Nigeria,
integrating digital education into basic schools
intégrer l'éducation digitale dans les écoles
is quite crucial
est vraiment crucial
for bridging educational gaps,
pour briser,
improving learning outcomes,
pour briser les challenges de l'éducation et améliorer la production
and preparing students for the digital economy.
et d'apprêter les élèves pour l'économie digitale.
This paper delves into these imperatives,
Ce document nous souligne tout ce qui est nécessaire.
addressing the current state of education,
Et ça adresse l'état actuel de l'éducation,
the potential benefits,
les bénéfices potentiels,
the challenges faced,
les difficultés rencontrées
and strategic recommendations
et des recommandations stratégiques
for effective implementation.
pour l'implémentation effective.
So, what's the situation in Nigeria today?
Donc, qu'en est-il de la situation au Nigeria aujourd'hui?
Basic education in Nigeria encompasses primary schools grade 1 to 6 and junior secondary grade 7 to 9.
L'éducation basique au Nigeria comporte la maternelle, l'école primaire et les premières classes du secondaire.
This stage of education is critical as it lays the foundation
Ce niveau d'éducation est très important parce que c'est là où nous mettons la base.
It lays the foundation for lifelong learning and development.
La fondation est implantée ici pour tout l'apprentissage.
Despite its importance,
Et malgré son importance,
the basic education sector in Nigeria faces several challenges.
le secteur de l'éducation de base au Nigeria fait face à plusieurs challenges.
And these challenges hinder the delivery of quality education.
Et ces challenges empêchent réellement le résultat de l'éducation de qualité.
What are the key challenges?
Quels sont les challenges principaux?
First one is inadequate infrastructure.
Premier challenge, il n'y a pas d'infrastructure adéquate.
Many Nigerian schools,
Plusieurs écoles au Nigeria,
especially in rural areas,
surtout dans les villages, n'ont pas d'infrastructures basiques,
such as classrooms, desks, and learning materials.
comme les salles de classe, les bancs de classe et le matériel académique.
This inadequacy extends to digital infrastructure,
Ce manque de matériel mène à...
including electricity,
Ce manque de matériel, il comprend aussi le manque d'électricité,
internet connectivity,
la connexion Internet
and digital devices.
et les atouts digitaux.
Another one is insufficient funding.
Nous avons aussi le manque de financement.
It's interesting that delegates from both the UK and Finland mentioned issues on funding too.
C'est intéressant que les délégués du Royaume-Uni et l'autre délégué, ils ont mentionné l'affaire du financement.
Funding for education in Nigeria is often inadequate,
Le financement pour l'éducation au Nigeria est souvent inadéquat.
leading to poor maintenance of school facilities,
Et à cause de ceci, nous ne pouvons pas maintenir les infrastructures académiques.
insufficient learning materials,
Il y a aussi l'insuffisance du matériel d'apprentissage
and very low teacher salaries.
et les honoraires des enseignants est vraiment à un niveau bas.
These financial constraints
Ce genre de contraintes financières
also affects the ability to invest in digital education resources.
empêche aussi l'investissement dans les ressources digitales.
Another area is shortage of qualified teachers.
Un autre problème, c'est le manque des enseignants expérimentés.
There is a significant shortage of qualified teachers in Nigeria,
Nous manquons des enseignants qui ont de l'expérience,
particularly in the rural areas.
surtout dans les villages.
Many teachers lack necessary training
Les enseignants n'ont pas assez d'expérience
and skills
et ils n'ont pas les
to
atouts nécessaires
effectively integrate digital tools into their teaching practices.
pour effectivement intégrer les atouts digitaux dans leur enseignement.
The next challenge is high student to teacher ratio.
Et la proportion des élèves et des enseignants n'est pas équitable.
Too many students per teacher.
Un seul enseignant a plusieurs élèves
It makes learning very difficult.
et ça rend difficile l'apprentissage.
Another one is variability in educational quality.
Il y a aussi la qualité de l'éducation.
There is a difference between the kind of education you get in the towns and the kind of education you get in rural areas.
Il n'y a pas d'équivalence entre la qualité de l'éducation dans les zones urbaines et la qualité de l'éducation dans les zones reculées.
Urban schools appear to be much better equipped than rural schools.
Les écoles dans les zones urbaines sont mieux équipées.
So what are the benefits of digital education?
Quels sont les bénéfices de cette digitalisation?
One, enhanced learning experience.
Ça facilite l'expérience de l'apprentissage.
Digital education can transform traditional teaching methods by incorporating many other components.
Ça peut améliorer le système d'apprentissage en apportant plusieurs d'autres composants.
Including multimedia content,
La compétence digitale,
interactive simulations,
la simulation interactive,
educational games,
l'éducation à travers les jeux,
etc.
ainsi de suite.
These tools make learning more engaging and enjoyable.
Ces atouts rendent l'activité plus aimable.
And they help the students to keep their interest in learning.
Et ça aide les élèves à garder leur intérêt dans l'apprentissage.
Another advantage is personalized learning.
Un apprentissage personnalisé.
Many people like to learn at their own pace.
Plusieurs personnes préfèrent apprendre à leur rythme.
Some are quick learners, others are slow learners.
Il y a des personnes qui apprennent très vite, il y a d'autres qui ne peuvent pas.
Others need a push to learn, and others can learn by their own motivation.
Il y a des personnes qui ont besoin de l'assistance pour pouvoir apprendre et d'autres peuvent apprendre d'eux-mêmes.
Digital platforms enable personalized learning experiences,
Les plateformes digitales facilitent l'apprentissage personnalisé.
allowing students to progress at their own pace.
Et ça permet à ces apprenants d'avoir du progrès selon leur rythme respectif.
Adaptive learning technologies can identify students' strengths and weaknesses,
Et la technologie adaptée peut aussi identifier les forces et les faiblesses des apprenants,
providing tailored support and resources to help them to succeed.
et ensuite ça peut leur donner l'assistance nécessaire et adéquate selon les besoins dont ils ont.
Another advantage is improved access to educational resources.
Aussi, ça va améliorer l'accès à l'éducation.
The Internet provides access to a vast array of educational resources,
L'Internet nous donne accès à différents types d'éducation, des ressources d'éducation.
including e-books,
Nous avons des e-books, les livres en ligne,
videos,
des vidéos
and online courses.
et les cours en ligne.
This access can significantly improve the quality of education,
Cet accès peut vraiment impacter la qualité de l'éducation,
particularly in under-resourced schools
surtout dans les écoles où il leur manque encore des ressources
that lack physical learning
et
materials.
qui n'ont pas les matériels physiques pour l'apprentissage.
That's why right from when I was Vice Chancellor, University of Nigeria, Nsukka,
Raison pour laquelle, depuis quand j'étais encore vice-chancelier à l'Université du Nigeria,
to my stay as Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Ekiti,
et jusqu'à ce que je suis devenu vice-chancelier à l'Université d'Akiti,
I have continued to champion
j'ai continué à forger
that the Nigerian government and state governments should make bandwidth as one of the required infrastructures.
J'ai tout fait pour que le gouvernement du Nigeria mette à la disposition des écoles l'infrastructure nécessaire.
Because without the bandwidth,
Parce que sans ces
students
infrastructures,
cannot latch on to the internet.
les élèves ne peuvent pas avoir accès à l'Internet.
As pioneer Vice Chancellor of Federal University of Ekiti,
Et en tant que vice-chancelier de l'Université d'Akiti,
the first thing I did was to make sure that bandwidth was ubiquitous so that everybody on campus will have access to internet 24/7.
la première chose que j'ai fait, c'était de rendre l'Internet vraiment accessible sur le campus.
That is very important.
C'est très important.
Another one is preparation for digital economy.
Une autre chose, c'est s'apprêter pour l'économie digitale.
That's an advantage for our students.
C'est un avantage pour nos étudiants.
Integrating digital skills
Intégrer les atouts digitaux
into the curriculum
dans notre modèle éducatif
prepares students for the demands of the digital economy.
prépare les élèves et les étudiants pour les demandes d'une économie digitale.
You may read all the books in the world.
Vous pouvez lire tous les livres du
You
monde.
may be able to read a lot of materials anywhere.
Vous pouvez être capable d'étudier plusieurs
But if you
matériels.
cannot use digital resources,
Mais si vous ne pouvez pas utiliser les ressources digitales,
you are regarded as an illiterate
vous êtes considéré comme une personne
in the
illettrée
modern world.
dans notre monde
So you
moderne.
must latch on to the information superhighway.
Donc vous devez vraiment vous forger vers l'informatique.
Competencies in digital literacy,
Les compétences dans
like coding,
la littératie digitale comme
data analysis,
l'analyse des données
and information management
et le management de l'information.
are increasingly important in today's job market.
De jour en jour, ça devient en plus des prérequis pour...
That's why we now have young people
c'est la raison pour laquelle nous avons des jeunes personnes
who can stay at their home
qui peuvent rester chez eux
and be working for international organizations
et qui travaillent pour des nations, pour des organisations
and be
internationales,
paid in hard currency.
et qui reçoivent leurs honoraires.
Collaboration and communication skills.
La collaboration et la communication.
Digital tools facilitate collaboration and communication
Les atouts digitaux facilitent la collaboration et la communication
among students and teachers.
entre les élèves, les apprenants et les enseignants.
Using digital tools is like speaking the same language.
Faire usage de ces atouts, c'est comme parler la même langue.
Online discussion forums,
Les forums de discussion en ligne,
group projects,
les projets de groupe
and virtual classrooms
et les salles de classe virtuelles
helps develop students' teamwork
facilitent le développement de l'équipe de travail entre apprenants
and communication skills.
et ça promouvoir aussi la communication.
These are essential for their future
Et
careers.
tout ceci est très essentiel pour leur carrière future.
Another advantage is lifelong learning opportunities. Because you are students.
Et je vais vous mettre face à ce défi parce que vous êtes les élèves.
No matter what you're studying,
Peu importe ce que vous apprenez,
try to acquire some digital skills,
essayez d'avoir de l'expérience digitale,
marketable digital skills
de l'expérience que vous pouvez
that will lead
commercialiser,
you to certification
qui peut vous donner des certificats,
that are recognized globally.
des certificats globalement reconnus.
That way,
En faisant
you
ceci,
become a global citizen
vous devenez un citoyen global
and you can work anywhere in the world.
et vous pouvez travailler partout dans le monde.
Challenges to this implementation,
Les challenges à cette
there are many
implémentation,
challenges.
il y a plusieurs difficultés.
One is infrastructure deficit.
Il y a manque
We've
d'infrastructures.
talked about that.
Nous avons déjà parlé
I
de
don't
cela.
want to dwell on that.
Je ne vais plus parler
Another
de
is
ça.
financial constraints.
Manque de financement.
Another is teacher training and development.
Il n'y a pas d'enseignants assez formés.
Teachers are very critical.
Les enseignants sont très, très
They need to
importants.
be trained,
Ils doivent être formés.
no matter how expensive it is.
Peu importe le coût de leur formation.
When I was an undergraduate in the United States of America,
Avant de terminer mon parcours à l'université
there was a time
aux États-Unis,
the economy in the US was going down a bit.
à un moment, l'économie des États-Unis était en train de chuter.
And the state decided to cut the funds going for tertiary education.
Et l'État a décidé de diminuer les fonds qu'il investissait pour l'éducation des zones sous-développées.
Student parliaments like you
Il y avait le Parlement des élèves comme vous
started protesting,
qui ont commencé à protester.
and their maxim was education expensive, try ignorance.
Et leur slogan était « L'éducation est chère, il faut essayer l'ignorance
I'm sure all of us know ».
Je suis sûr que nous tous nous
that
savons
ignorance is much more expensive than education.
que le coût de l'ignorance est plus grave que le
So
coût de
we
l'éducation.
need to fund education.
Donc nous devons investir
We
financièrement
cannot
dans
do
l'éducation.
without it.
Nous ne pouvons rien faire sans l'éducation.
Okay? Then another one is resistance to change.
Il y a aussi la résistance au changement.
Many people don't want to change.
Beaucoup de personnes ne veulent pas le
They
changement.
want to remain the way they were.
Ils veulent rester tels qu'ils étaient.
Even in our universities,
Même dans nos universités,
some teachers are not latching on to
certains
digital education.
enseignants ne veulent pas s'améliorer vers l'éducation digitale.
And so many of them become anachronistic. They are not in tune with modern technology.
Et alors plusieurs d'entre eux ne sont pas, ne veulent pas faire la connaissance de ce genre de système d'apprentissage.
So we need to ensure that we do not resist change.
Et alors nous devons nous rassurer que nous ne résistons pas au
Because
changement.
you'll be left way, way, way behind.
Sinon, vous allez rester derrière.
Another one is digital divide.
L'autre, c'est l'incohérence digitale.
There is a big divide between those who are digital and those who are analog.
Il y a vraiment l'incohérence entre des personnes qui sont déjà dans le monde digital et ceux qui n'y sont pas.
So the digital divide is characterized by disparity in access to digital technologies between different regions.
Donc, les atouts digitales qui ne sont pas utilisés de même façon dans les différentes régions
Poses a significant challenge
est un challenge majeur
to our utilization of digital resources.
à l'utilisation de ressources digitales,
Ensuring equitable access
assurant
To
l'accès
digital-
équitable
to digital
à
education
l'éducation digitale
for all students,
pour tous les étudiants,
regardless of their location
peu importe où ils se trouvent,
or background,
peu importe leur
is very
background.
critical.
C'est très important.
Another one is cybersecurity
La sécurité
and
cyber,
privacy concerns.
la cybersécurité et
Privacy. You don't want everything about you to be made public.
la cybersécurité.
The increased use of digital technologies in education raises concern about cybersecurity and data privacy.
La croissance de l'utilisation des atouts digitaux nous apporte maintenant à réfléchir sur la sécurité des données des utilisateurs.
Can my data be pirated? Can it be stolen?
Est-ce que mes informations peuvent être piratées?
Can people plagiarize my work? Can they steal as their own what I have invented?
Est-ce que des personnes peuvent copier mon travail et
Because the digital space is for everybody.
donc des personnes se posent des questions sur la sécurité.
Schools must implement robust measures to protect students' personal information.
Les écoles doivent vraiment penser sur des mesures à prendre pour protéger les sauves d'apprentissage en ligne.
What are the strategic recommendations?
Quelles sont des recommandations stratégiques?
The first one is government policy and funding.
La première recommandation, c'est la politique du gouvernement et le financement.
The government should formulate comprehensive policy, increase funding
Et là, nous parlons également
for infrastructure development
du financement pour le
and for
développement
teacher
d'infrastructures
training
et pour la formation des enseignants
and retraining.
et pour la formation,
Public-private partnerships
les partenariats publics et privés
can be explored
doivent être
to
exploités
leverage additional resources and expertise.
pour avoir plus de ressources et d'expertise.
So what policy initiatives are we suggesting?
Donc, quel genre d'initiative est-ce que nous proposons?
Number one, National Digital Education Strategy.
Une stratégie digitale nationale pour l'éducation.
There should be a development of such a strategy
Ils doivent développer ce genre de
that
stratégie
outlines the vision,
qui va
the goals,
qui va souligner la
and the
vision,
implementation plan
les objectifs et le plan
for
d'implémentation
digital education
pour l'éducation
in
digitale
Nigeria's basic schools.
au niveau de l'éducation de base du Nigeria.
You know, many years ago,
Vous savez, il y a
people
cela
were
plusieurs années,
concerned
des personnes se posaient des questions
about marginalization of our students because of money.
sur la marginalisation des apprenants à cause de l'argent.
So many young people can't go to the best schools.
Donc plusieurs jeunes personnes ne pouvaient pas aller dans les meilleures
But I
écoles.
was more concerned about their marginalization from the digital system.
Mais moi, j'étais plus concernée par leur marginalisation du système digital.
That needs to be addressed.
On doit adresser cela.
Number 2, funding allocation.
Le financement.
There should be dedicated fund for digital education.
Ils doivent définir des fonds précis pour l'éducation digitale.
Then there should be incentives for schools.
Et ils doivent avoir des sommes supplémentaires pour les écoles.
Very important.
Très important.
Another is infrastructural development.
Le développement infrastructurel.
A lot of emphasis need to be placed on this.
On doit mettre beaucoup d'emphase sur ceci.
Provision of infrastructure,
Et nous avons besoin
both for
d'infrastructures
urban and local rural schools,
partout sur le plan territorial,
so that nobody will be left behind.
afin que personne ne sera laissé.
So what are the key actions?
Quels sont les actes à poser?
Access to electricity.
Nous aurons besoin de l'électricité.
And if there is no national grid,
Et s'il n'y a pas d'énergie,
renewable energy like solar could be used.
on peut utiliser l'énergie
Because that
artificielle.
one you can run with batteries 24/7.
Et là, nous pouvons utiliser même des batteries 24 heures sur
Government
24.
can partner with energy providers to make sure that
Et le
this happens.
gouvernement peut entrer en partenariat avec des personnes qui travaillent dans ce domaine.
Next is internet connectivity.
Et la connectivité Internet.
There needs to be collaboration with telecommunication companies
Il doit avoir de collaboration avec les compagnies de
to provide
télécommunications
affordable and high-speed internet access to
afin
schools.
d'avoir de l'Internet abordable et rapide dans les écoles.
Then there should be digital devices.
Des atouts digitaux.
Providing this with schools with digital devices such as computers,
Les atouts comme les ordinateurs, les
tablets,
tablettes
and interactive whiteboards,
et les tableaux interactifs digitaux doivent être donnés aux
ensuring that
écoles.
all students have access
Et ils doivent se rassurer que tous les
to the
apprenants
necessary tools
ont accès à ces atouts
for
digitaux
digital learning.
pour l'apprentissage digital.
Then what about teacher professional development?
Et qu'en est-il du développement des enseignants?
That is very critical.
Le développement professionnel des enseignants est très
Continuous
important.
professional development of our teachers.
Le développement continuel des enseignants
No,
est très
no
important.
teacher should ever think, I have arrived, I know it all.
Aucun enseignant ne doit penser qu'il connaît tout.
We must have refresher courses ongoing at all times.
Il doit être toujours réactualisé.
Some of the training programs would include
Les programmes de formation peuvent être
digital literacy training,
les enseignements sur
pedagogical
les atouts
integration,
digitales, intégration pédagogique
and ongoing support.
et de l'assistance courante.
Community and stakeholders engagement.
L'engagement des communautés.
So we are now saying that communities should be involved, stakeholders should be involved, government should be involved, and parents should be involved.
Nous sommes en train de dire que tout le monde doit faire partie de cette activité, la société, les organisations, l'État.
All that is very important.
Tout cela est très important.
Then what are the engagement strategies?
Et quelles sont les stratégies de déroulement?
One is awareness campaigns.
Nous devrons avoir des campagnes.
There should be mounted across the entire region, the entire state and nation.
Les campagnes de sensibilisation partout sur le plan territorial.
Awareness campaigns
Les campagnes de
to
sensibilisation
educate communities
pour éduquer les communautés
about the benefits of digital education
sur les bénéfices de l'éducation digitale
and encourage their involvement
et
and support.
encourager leur participation et leur assistance.
You can't take school certificate now without having some digital knowledge.
Vous ne pouvez pas avoir votre certificat si vous manquez de la connaissance digitale.
And you cannot take the Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination or JAM without digital knowledge.
Vous ne pouvez pas avoir également votre JAM sans
JAM has
de la
now made it
connaissance
compulsory.
digitale.
You must know how to use the internet in order to enter a university.
Cet concours d'entrée à l'université dit maintenant qu'il est obligatoire d'avoir de la connaissance digitale.
Another one is curriculum integration.
L'intégration dans le modèle éducatif.
The curriculum should be revised to incorporate digital literacy
Le programme éducatif doit être révisé pour incorporer
and other relevant skills.
tous les atouts digitaux.
Emphasis should be placed on project-based learning
On doit mettre de l'emphase sur l'apprentissage basé sur les projets
and critical thinking
et l'analyse critique
to foster a deeper
pour
understanding
encourager une vision
of digital concepts.
concept digital.
Many of you can get into the internet, social media and so on.
Plusieurs d'entre vous ont accès à l'Internet, les
But
réseaux
very
sociaux.
often you use it for entertainment,
Pas pour vous apprêter pour l'avenir,
not to make you competent in your area.
pas pour améliorer votre compétence dans vos domaines
All
respectifs.
these things are there,
Toutes ces choses sont là,
but it depends on you.
mais ça dépend de
You
vous.
must choose to educate yourself
Vous devez choisir de vous éduquer vous-même,
beyond what you're getting from the school system.
au-delà de ce que vous recevez du système éducatif à l'école.
As coding, data analysis, and information. Another one is interdisciplinary approach.
L'approche
Imperative.
est impérative pendant qu'il existe des difficultés.
Strategic investments in infrastructure,
L'investissement stratégique en infrastructure,
teacher training,
la formation des enseignants
and stakeholder engagement
et l'engagement des partenaires
can pave the way
peuvent forger.
for to thrive. Will not only enhance learning outcomes,
Cette transformation ne va pas seulement améliorer,
but also contribute
Thank you so much, distinguished professor. Another resounding applause.
Merci beaucoup, professeur distingué.
Education is expensive. Try ignorance. Let's say that again. Education is expensive. Try ignorance. And of course, Prof told us that an ideal education system should prepare us for what? Global citizenship. Did you hear that?
Et le professeur nous a dit que ce genre de modèle d'éducation nous prépare pour devenir le besoin
For government to prioritize availability of educational infrastructure.
Nous avons besoin que le gouvernement met en prioritaire l'infrastructure.
And when that is done,
Et lorsqu'ils vont faire ceci,
you should be ready
vous devez être prêt
and trained
et formé
to access and use them. Did you hear that?
d'avoir accès et de connaître comment utiliser.
I was hoping to see people writing, but I didn't see. Were you writing? You're sure? Okay. So now we're moving on.
Maintenant, nous allons continuer.
But it's also important for us to recognize that he mentioned that everyone must be involved.
Nous allons continuer, mais il est important pour nous de reconnaître ce qu'il a dit. Tout le monde doit se sentir concerné.
Let's say all hands on deck. All hands on deck for the education we need. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we are moving on.
Nous allons continuer.
And we are back because the ambassador is waiting for the continuation. Please put your hands together for the ambassador as he comes back.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. Let's not make it so dry. The man who just finished speaking here can answer all your questions.
L'homme
Don't you think so?
qui a fini de parler ici, il peut répondre à toutes vos questions.
There's no question you have on your mind. I'm not talking about the paper, from the paper, for you to ask questions from the paper. Any question you have in education, even in mathematics, any question at all you have, even in any subject at all, don't you think he can answer all the questions?
Toutes les questions que vous avez, peu importe le sujet, je pense qu'il peut répondre.
Oh, okay, let's try this. Let's try this. Watch now. This was not part of his speech at all. Excuse me, sir. 10 plus 10. 10 plus 10. You see? Did he not answer that question? Okay, now, there must be a question that you want to ask, even outside the paper. If you have such question, you know how we do here. You know how we do here? Indicate, and you will be given the opportunity. Albania, come forward. St. Lucia, come. I don't have my glasses. I can't see you. Come. Perrin, come. That's enough. That's enough. Ambassador, how are you? I like your dresses. Thank you so much, Ambassador. Okay. Now, use this.
Okay. Good morning, everyone.
You face the high table and ask the question.
Good morning, sir. Good morning, sir. So please, I wanted to ask, you mentioned that it's important for us to integrate the use of internet and the use of modern technology in education. And like in that aspect, there are people that feel like when children are like using like technological devices that it causes more harm than good. So I want to know like what is your opinion like in the use of the internet and the technological devices? Is it under close supervision or is it something that shall allow them to do independently?
Thank you. Oh, it's working now. Okay. The question is about children, the younger people. Should they be given unprotected, unlimited access to the internet without any form of supervision? I would say it is not really right. The reason is, once you get on, maybe to Facebooks, sometimes, and to some of these engines, the first thing that pops up might be a material that is totally offensive. And children, not having been developed enough and having the maturity to know what is acceptable or not, might just begin to explore what they are not supposed to explore. So I would say give them access, but monitor, supervise to make sure that it's properly deployed. Thank you.
Good morning. I am Ambassador Bia Felicia Chinoyelum from Spring of Life and Fountain of Wisdom Schools. My question is this. The Excellency, the governor, when he came here, he said that in the smart green schools, they provide for them balanced diets, digital learning methods and all of that. So doesn't it make students to be lazy because they don't feel like they need to work for anything because everything is provided at their beck and call? Or is there any way this situation can be curbed?
Well, Your Excellency, because we address ambassadors as Excellency. I think what the governor is saying is this. When a child wakes up in the morning, many of them don't have access to nutritional diet. By the time they come to school, their brains are tired. As a little boy once told the teacher, I want to go home, my brain is tired. No nutrients in the meals they take. And some are very hungry. And when you're older, you will understand what they say, that a hungry man is an angry man. So if you go to school, you have no food in your stomach, and you cannot concentrate on your studies, your body is telling you that I need to eat something else. How can you concentrate? That's why Enugu state government said, hey, it's done in most other developed countries of the world, like the US. Let's prepare meals for these pupils so that once they come, they know that there is good meal that they will take. And once they take it, you can see their performance will improve drastically. So it doesn't make them dull. It's when you overfeed them with junk food, sugary food, and things like that, that they become dull. But if you give them nutritional meals, it will help them to be agile, help them to concentrate, and help them so that they won't have any hunger pangs while they are schooling. Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My highly esteemed ambassadors and my fellow delegates. I am Baini Wobulimani and I am representing Tunisia. The question I want to ask is concerning where the world is moving, which is to artificial intelligence. Some people say that when it comes fully into place, that it will make students lazy. And so what do you want? That it will make students to be lazy, like they will no longer want to like read on their own and gain their own knowledge. They will just go there to the AI and search what they need. So what do you have to say concerning the matter?
Whether we believe it or not, the world is moving in the direction of artificial intelligence. Look, you can't stop it. One day they will take over a lot of things. You go to a hospital 10, 15 years from now, and you want to see a physiotherapist, and the physiotherapist will go through and see what your problems are, feed it into the computer, and the robot will be the one to help you with physiotherapy. It's all artificial intelligence. We are coming to a place where even diagnosis for medical ailments can now be done through artificial intelligence. And you find out because a doctor will have a limited knowledge, but AI can scan the entire trillions of information in the world and profile a solution on the spot. So let's not be lazy by saying, hey, because I have AI, and for those of you who don't know it, AI can also make people lazy because many students no longer originally bring out their thoughts, presentation of paper in topics that are necessary. However, they will just tell AI, provide the paper. But the good thing is that you can easily be caught. And if you're caught, your own don't pafuka like that in Nigeria. So it's better that you use your brain, because that's why we talk about strategic thinking. It's not in the curriculum of any university. We've included it in my own new university now. Strategic thinking, so that young people can think by themselves and apply that knowledge to solve problems around them. Thank you.
I greet you all, Honorable Chair, my co-delegates, and distinguished guests. I am by name Nebife Ifechukwu Kizito, a delegate of St. Lucie. Is that we don't have much quality teachers, and the ones that we have are more lazy. Instead of coming to class, they skip classes and all that. So what I'm saying is that, do we have affected us children and students in the school? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm sure teachers will not be happy, and I hope nobody will flog you when you go back. But what His Excellency is saying is very true. There are villages you go to, and on market days, pupils don't go to school because teachers don't go to school. Yes, market days, they will go to buy and sell, and that is horrible, because you have the same curriculum to cover, whether you're in the urban areas or in the rural areas. It's unfortunate. I also know, and that's why we're beginning to try to inculcate pedagogy principles in training of all levels of teachers, not only in primary and secondary schools. Because you remember in Lagos State, the teachers were giving examinations based on primary 4, and almost all of them failed. Now, what are they teaching? So that's why I keep saying, whenever you insist that all the knowledge you will acquire is the knowledge you're given in school, primary school, secondary school, university, you will never be excellent. Because even in the universities, we use what we call minimum academic standards. And you cannot become excellent using minimum academic internet. Become a master of that topic. And when you go to your class, your teacher and your colleagues will respect you. So what we are doing about this is, I believe that education will, or digital applications, we have to see very well. It will also be recorded. And I do hope that Enugu State will also incorporate eventually at that lower level assessment of teachers by the students and ask relevant questions and intelligent questions. You know, you can't say punctuality. There was a time in my university, we had a lecturer, he would be the first to come, but he's never available. So we changed punctuality to availability. So that, yes, because he comes and then you go and start doing kabu-kabu in the town with his car. Because salaries were not being paid. So we need to educate our teachers to see the importance of this. And unless that is done, the problem will continue. But in Enugu State, that is now being addressed. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor Chinedu Nebo, for those very thoughtful responses. Did you learn? Say thank you, Prof. Now there's something that we have for you, and it is free. Tell your neighbor, free. Guess what it is? Yes, the food is free. The food is free, but there is also free data. No, not data, Wi-Fi. Yes. And the good thing about this, are you listening? Because I'm going to give out the details before Ambassador asked me to leave. Yes. We have free Wi-Fi provided by one of the partners, one of the people powering this event. The name is Enugu 2024, and it is free access. Yes. All right, so use it wisely, like Prof said, not abuse it. Thank you very much. It's back to Ambassador Innocent Ahure.
Okay, delegates on the floor of the assembly. So that announcement will be repeated later. If you have your phone here and I see the phone, the policeman is still out there. So that announcement will be repeated later. Don't bring out any phones and start doing anything. Stay focused. Stay focused. Good. At the high table, thank you so much for coming, Honorable Commissioner. Your smile is broad, and okay. Commissioner, say so that you can dissolve this session.
Dear delegates, thank you very much for accommodating us to share this knowledge session with you. Please join me in thanking our guest speaker, my mentor. And before you do that, I want to share something with you because, and I hope you remember this story and you remember this moment. I was a student at the University of Nigeria in Nsukka. I was in the History and International Studies department in the Faculty of Arts. I was just like any other student at this university. And shortly after I was admitted, we got a new vice chancellor, Professor Chinedu Nebo. My university experience began to change. The infrastructure got an uplift. Our classrooms became better furnished. Our libraries became better equipped. We had more lecturers who were happier. My senior special assistant on external relations, Dr. Obi Namo, sitting there, we were classmates. So everything I'm saying, he can confirm. He's sitting there. And school became much more lively. I graduated with first class honors. And I emerged the overall best graduating student, both in Nsukka and UNEC. And a few weeks later, I got admission to Michigan State University for my PhD. As a child, I had a single parent. My father was late. My mother was a primary school teacher. There was no way I could have paid for my flight ticket, not to talk about my tuition. The man sitting here gave me full scholarship for my PhD. So I get my PhD, I become a professor, and the governor calls me back to come and serve as commissioner for education. And he's still sitting here with me. So remember what Professor Monsignor Biorike said. Sow a thought and reap. Sow an act and reap. Sow a habit and reap. Sow a character and reap. So, we sowed a thought and we're reaping the destiny. So, join me in thanking Professor Chinedu Nebo.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner. Thank you, dear High Table. We hereby dissolve you now. Please clap for them as they go. Okay, there are movements that should not be. I've observed there are movements that should not be. So if you're not supposed to move with this movement, you should not move. The functionaries can return immediately. Quickly, quickly. Mr. President, Madam President, Mr. Deputy Chairman, where are they? Move fast. As they take their seats, we want to quickly ascertain the committee reports. So we call on the first committee, the chair of the first committee. The chair of the first committee, you walk forward and submit your findings to the President of the General Assembly. Let's do this quick.
Madam President, the Vice President, members of the Security Council, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen, I am Ambassador Anakwe Chizitelu, the Ambassador of France and the Chairperson of the First Committee, and I hereby present our findings on the topic, Advancing Access to Education in Developing Nations.
Cher ambassadeur, délégué, invité spécial, je suis l'ambassadrice représentante de la France. Je vous soumets maintenant nos recherches.
You submitted? Fine. Please put your hand together for the first committee. Second committee, chair of the second committee, do the same thing fast. These are procedures. Procedures in democracy vary, okay? Procedures in democracy could mean that, there is a ballot. Procedures in democracy ensures that everyone has participated in producing a resolution or has participated in voting for a resolution, okay? The job the committees have done have to be submitted in form of findings, and the findings will now be made into resolutions by the resolution committees, and you find that those same resolutions will still be debated clause by clause until the resolution and eventually voted upon. This simple explanation means we have all participated and have brought out a final product. That is what democracy is. It's called the beauty of democracy. Everyone has got his say. Even if that product at the end of the day is not as you like it, you had your say. That is democracy. The world order today is democracy in producing something that is holistic and belongs to the people as a whole. That is what we are practicing here. You can't say you participated in this Model United, you're a delegate at this Model United Nations, and the outcome of the Model United Nations does not reflect your belief or your submissions, because you all had a say in it.
Good day, Madam President, the Presidents of the General Assembly, the Presidents of the Security Council. Good day, Madam President, the Presidents of the General Assembly, the Presidents of the Security Council, the Deputy President, esteemed delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Okafur Benedict as an ambassador of Iceland, and I am the chairperson of the General Assembly Second Committee, here to submit my findings on the topic, the public-private partnership in effective education governance. Thank you.
Thank you. As he goes, clap for him. The third committee, chair of the third committee, approach the functionaries.
Good day, Madam Chair Lady, Vice Chair Lady. I start already well-established protocol. My name is Clement Gloria. I'm the chairperson representing Battery House Committee. I hereby present the topic on the challenges in addressing education, financing, and resource allocation. Thank you.
Do send her away with a clap, please. Chair of the fourth committee.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The President of the Security Council, the President of the General Assembly, all protocols duly observed. I am Ambassador Ilomeze Joystella Adobe. I'm representing the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, and I am the chairperson of the Fourth Committee of the General Assembly, hereby presenting our findings on the strategies of conflict resolutions and peace building in education.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Members of the diplomatic corps will leave now to begin their ordinary session. So before they go, apparently their session may take today, tomorrow, and other times that they may not have opportunity to interact with you any longer. But fundamentally, I want you to know that what you're doing here based on their presence. If they were not present here, we will be wished to their platform of action that could be respected by world leaders. So they have given you that opportunity, they have given you that sort of vantage position by their presence, by traveling from different countries to come here and assign your signatures also to the platform of action that will be termed the Enugu platform of action. That is a wonderful thing. The please clap for that, that translator. She's tired. Sound engineer.
Something about that, I will speak without using the microphone. Les ingénieurs de son, le micro ne fonctionne pas. Et pour vous le prouver, je vais parler sans utiliser de microphone.
Right now,
alors maintenant, tout de suite,
I said that rather two or three of them, if we have time, three, will say a word to you.
et j'ai dit tout à l'heure, deux ou trois d'entre eux au de vous donner, adresser la parole.
Okay, my microphone is good.
Ok, mon micro prend des sujets sur lesquels vous travaillez. Ils sont également au courant des exposés que vous avez soumis. Alors, avant de vous quitter pour également par le temps, toujours dans le domaine.
Extraordinary and plenipotentiary and talk to the delegates.
Alors, nous appelons ici l'honorable, l'ambassadeur Mbacké Diop du Sénégal d'avancer et de s'adresser.
Served in several foreign affairs committees in his country.
Et l'ambassadeur Diop est engagé dans beaucoup de comités des affaires étrangères dans son pays.
And Ambassador Diop is widely traveled in Africa and around the other continents.
Et l'ambassadeur Diop a beaucoup voyagé à travers l'Afrique et même à travers le monde.
Ambassador Diop is a businessman.
L'ambassadeur Diop est un homme d'affaires.
And a complete diplomat of more than 25 years. Ambassador, you will...
Merci. Je pense que je vais lui faire plaisir.
So, thank you. I think I will do that with much pleasure.
Auparavant, je salue cette assemblée.
But before that, I want to greet this assembly.
Et nous exprimons tout le bonheur que nous avons en face.
And we express all the happiness we have in front.
En face d'une jeunesse.
In front of a youth.
Qui apparemment est engagée.
Which apparently is committed.
Dans le domaine de l'éducation.
In the domain of education.
Qui est l'un des facteurs de développement essentiels.
Which is one of the essential development factors.
Pour ne pas m'éloigner du sujet.
So not to deviate from the topic.
Je vais faire appel à Monsieur Serigne Baye.
So I will call Mr. Serigne Baye.
Qui est un éducateur, un formateur.
Who is an educator, a trainer.
Qui a peiné à travailler sur un sujet.
Who has been called to work on a topic.
Pour le compte de l'éducation.
On education.
Donc Serigne Baye, s'il vous plaît.
So Serigne Baye, please.
Pour rapidement une présentation concernant.
For a quick presentation about the topic.
Thank you so much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, Ambassador Diop. Thank you, Ambassador.
Merci, ambassadeur Diop.
Use the seat here until he finishes.
Tu peux utiliser le siège à l'arrière jusqu'à ce qu'il finisse.
The diplomats from Senegal here, raise your placards. Let's see you.
Les diplomates du Sénégal, est-ce que vous pouvez montrer vos macarons pour qu'on puisse vous voir?
You see, you are a nation that has this kind of intelligence that we don't understand.
Vous êtes une nation avec une intelligence que nous ne pouvons pas comprendre.
We give one of you opportunity to speak, and he called another one. Maybe this one will call another one.
Nous donnons à l'un d'entre vous l'occasion de s'exprimer et lui donne l'occasion à une autre personne de le faire. Peut-être celui-ci va également appeler une autre personne pour s'exprimer.
Please still restrict yourself to 5 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Et s'il vous plaît, maintenez les 5 minutes du temps alloué.
Excellences, Monsieur le Directeur Général Mondial, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, à vos rangs, titres, grades et qualités, je vous adresse mes salutations les plus chaleureuses.
So, Your Excellencies, Mr. President, Executive Presidents, Your Excellencies, ladies and all due protocol, I greet you all.
Vous me permettrez de remercier très chaleureusement Son Excellence, M. Mbacké Diop, directeur pays Sénégal, pour m'avoir confié en ma qualité de secrétaire permanent national la considérable responsabilité de faire un plaidoyer sur l'éducation en Afrique, dont le thème porte sur l'accès et le maintien des élèves dans les filières scientifiques et techniques. Cas du Sénégal.
Excellencies, I'm calling you of your range and your grades and quality, and I'm greeting all of you, and thanking you also to give me the opportunity, thanking Mr. Diop Mbaye, who is the country director in Senegal, to give me the opportunity to be the permanent secretary of the delegation. And I'm very glad to be here today to talk about the promotion of education in Africa in general. Thank you.
Pour vous conforter dans votre position, Excellence, Monsieur le Directeur Général, je voudrais rendre un hommage appuyé à Monsieur l'ambassadeur Mbacké Diop, qui, de façon acharnée et sans réserve, s'est déployé pour élaborer avec ses équipes un plaidoyer ainsi qu'un projet extrêmement important qui sera défendu dans le cadre des ateliers par le professeur Amorcel. Donc, il est à remercier et c'est une personne sur qui vous pouvez compter pour l'émergence de cette commission, M. Mbacké Diop.
To comfort what I was saying now, I would like to thank and give all the honors to Mr. Diop Mbacké, who gave us the opportunity to the Senegalese delegation to present a very insightful project that we are expecting to implement in Senegal.
Il s'agit sans nul doute d'un honneur qui rejaillit sur ma modeste personne de contribuer à la promotion de l'éducation en Afrique en général, en particulier au Sénégal à travers ce plaidoyer. En effet, comme le préconisait Victor Hugo dans l'une de ses maximes les plus célèbres, ouvrir une école, c'est fermer une prison. L'Afrique, pour espérer redorer son blason dans le domaine socio-économique, environnemental, culturel, sécuritaire, géopolitique, il est impératif qu'elle passe par le truchement de l'éducation et de la formation. Excellences, Monsieur le Directeur Général, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, vous êtes sans ignorer qu'au cours des dernières décennies, le monde a connu une énorme expansion scientifique et technologique. Mais ce phénomène n'a pas connu la même ampleur dans toutes les sociétés, comme à titre d'exemple celle africaine.
Your Excellencies, you may not ignore that the world has an expansion about technology and scientific phenomenal phases that I want to suggest to you today by a pledge.
Et l'amélioration du niveau de vie des populations africaines, la science et la technologie occupent une place primordiale. L'enseignement et l'apprentissage de ces disciplines constituent deux aspects importants dans l'acquisition des connaissances pour promouvoir le développement du continent.
It is in this perspective that in the flight for social of the center of the teaching
dans les disciplines scientifiques et techniques.
So for the objectives, we have a main objective, which is to increase the participation and performance of students, particularly girls, in scientific and technical disciplines.
Parmi les objectifs spécifiques, nous pouvons en citer amener les pouvoirs publics à accroître davantage plus de diligence, poser des jalons majeurs pour la résolution de la problématique, fournir l'accès et le maintien des élèves dans les filières scientifiques et techniques, mais aussi consacrer une énergie particulière à la formation des enseignants censés former des élèves dans les domaines précités, à savoir la science et la technique.
So between these objectives, there's specific objectives which are lead public authorities to provide more due diligence, take major steps toward resolving the problems, providing access and maintaining students in scientific and technical sectors in Senegal, devote particular energy to the training of teachers expected to teach scientists and technological subjects.
Le présent plaidoyer a des cibles et ces cibles sont orientées vers toutes les structures en charge de l'éducation dans nos pays respectifs, toutes les organisations à caractère national et international faisant la promotion de l'éducation dans tous les aspects. Nous avons aussi le cas des bailleurs de fonds traditionnels, mais aussi et surtout de toutes les structures qui évoluent dans le domaine du financement de l'éducation.
So the speech has its own targets, which are all, the first target is all structure in charge of education in our respective countries. Second target is all national and international organizations promoting education in all its aspects, traditional donors, and all other financing structures.
Enfin, pour terminer ce plaidoyer, nous avons quelques messages clés à véhiculer. D'abord, les ministères en charge de l'éducation de nos différents pays respectifs devraient mettre à la disposition des différents acteurs les moyens et autorisations nécessaires permettant l'atteinte des objectifs évoqués. Nous avons ensuite comme message clé, les formateurs et personnels d'encadrement doivent mutualiser leurs efforts dans le cadre de la réalisation des différents programmes et vulgarisation du concept sus-évoqué. Dernier message clé, les apprenants et les parents d'élèves et tuteurs doivent être dans une logique d'adhésion massive à l'orientation de ces programmes pour une jeunesse suffisamment formée pour faire face aux défis majeurs, à savoir la réduction de la fracture numérique, la dynamisation des chaînes de valeur, etc., etc.
To conclude this speech, we have some main key messages that we want to share with you and we want you to keep in mind. So, we want the ministries in charge of education in our various respective countries to make available to the various stakeholders the necessary means and authorizations allowing the achievement of the above-mentioned objectives. We also want trainers and supervisor staff to pool their efforts within the framework of carrying out of the various popularization programs for the above concept. We also want learners, parents, and tutors to be in a logic of massive support for the orientation of this program for young people sufficiently trained to face major challenges. Thank you.
En définitive, Monsieur le Directeur Général Mondial, Son Excellence, Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs, en ma qualité d'enseignant, j'ai l'habitude d'entendre dire des pouvoirs publics, c'est-à-dire des ministères de l'éducation de nos différents pays respectifs, que l'éducation constitue un domaine qui nécessite beaucoup de financement. Et c'est un peu risqué souvent de déployer beaucoup d'argent dans ce secteur qui souvent n'est pas assez porteur. Mais ma conviction est que le fait de financer dans l'éducation de façon conséquente, c'est un risque certes. Mais ma perception du risque est que le plus grand risque au monde, c'est le fait de ne jamais risquer. Donc nos pouvoirs publics doivent toujours prendre les risques de financer l'éducation pour l'émergence de notre cher continent qui se trouve être l'Afrique. Sur ce, je vous remercie de votre aimable et paisible attention.
Your Excellencies, I'm thanking you, and I want you to know that as a teacher, I heard every day that the government doesn't have to finance the education sector because it's very difficult to have results. So what I'm trying to tell you is that we must take the risk, because when we invest in education, we are investing in the future. So I'm thanking all of you for the attention.
Can we put our hands together, ladies and gentlemen? Thank you very much to our delegation from Senegal, Your Excellency.
Merci beaucoup, notre délégation du Sénégal, Votre Excellence.
The presentation they just made will be properly translated to English and you will all be able to have a copy.
Et la présentation qui venait d'être faite, ce plaidoyer, sera traduit en anglais et ce sera mis à votre disposition.
Without any much ado, we are going to call up the ambassador, representative of the IHRC to Congo-Kinshasa.
Alors nous allons, sans perdre de temps, appeler l'ambassadeur de Congo-Kinshasa.
Can we put our hands
Ambassadeur
together?
Lengue, est-ce que vous pouvez acclamer pendant qu'il monte?
Dear Ambassador, you have 5 minutes to pass on your message to this honorable audience.
Cher ambassadeur, vous avez 5 minutes pour faire passer votre message à cette audience.
Excellence, Monsieur le Président mondial, Excellence, Monsieur le Directeur mondial de la Commission internationale des droits de l'homme, Excellence, Monsieur le Gouverneur de l'État d'Enugu, Excellence, Messieurs les ambassadeurs des pays africains IHRC ici présents, éminents magistrats et juges, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Your Excellency, Mr. Chairperson, Your Excellency, Mr. Executive General and World Director, Your Excellency, Mr. Governor of Enugu State, Your Excellencies, Ambassadors of African countries, Your Excellencies, dear ministers, lawyers, judges, ladies and gentlemen,
Je vous salue.
I greet you.
Je suis honoré de me tenir devant vous aujourd'hui pour discuter un sujet crucial pour l'avenir de notre continent.
So I am honored to stand before you today to discuss on a very crucial topic about the future of our continent.
Et ce sujet crucial qui constitue au programme d'éducation nationale.
And this topic is the program of national education.
L'éducation est le pilier sur lequel repose le développement d'une société prospère et éclairée, et il est de notre devoir en tant que nation de veiller à ce que chaque individu ait accès à une éducation de qualité.
So education is a pillar on which the development of a society relies. So it is our duty as a nation to make sure that each individual have access to quality education.
Notre programme d'éducation nationale doit être conçu de manière à garantir l'égalité des chances pour tous les citoyens, quelles que soient leurs origines sociales, leur lieu de résidence ou leur capacité.
So national educational program is designed in such a way to guarantee equality of chances for every citizens, wherever their origin, their social origin, or their place of residence, or their capacities.
Cela signifie non seulement offrir un accès équitable à une éducation de base de qualité, mais aussi garantir des opportunités d'apprentissage tout au long de la vie pour permettre à chacun de développer pleinement son potentiel.
So this means not only to offer an equitable access to a quality education, but also to guarantee opportunities of learning throughout life to enable each individual to fully develop his potential.
Nous devons également nous assurer que notre programme d'éducation soit adapté aux besoins du XXIe siècle.
We should also make sure that our education program is relevant to the needs of the 21st century.
Cela implique d'enseigner non seulement les connaissances académiques traditionnelles, mais aussi les compétences du XXIe siècle, telles que la pensée critique, la créativité, la collaboration et la résolution des problèmes.
This implies to teach not only basic academic knowledge, which are traditional, but also competencies of the 21st century, such as critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, and problems resolution.
Nos enfants doivent être préparés à réussir dans un monde en constante évolution, où les conséquences des compétences techniques et humaines sont toutes deux essentielles.
Our children must be prepared to succeed in a world in constant evolution where technical competencies are all necessary and essential.
Enfin, notre programme d'éducation nationale doit être soutenu par des ressources adéquates et des enseignants bien formés et motivés.
And finally, our national education program must be supported by adequate resources and well-trained and motivated teachers.
Il est important de souligner ce qui suit.
It is important to outline what follows,
Que nos enseignants
that our teachers
sont le pilier
are the pillars
de notre système éducatif.
of our educational system,
Et nous devons leur offrir les outils
and
et
we
les soutiens
need to equip them with tools and support
dont ils ont besoin pour exceller
which
dans leur rôle crucial.
they need in order to excel in their crucial role.
En conclusion,
In conclusion,
un programme d'éducation pour chaque pays fort et inclusif est essentiel pour assurer la prospérité et le bien-être de notre Afrique.
an inclusive program for each nation is necessary in order to foster prosperity and well-being of our dear Africa.
En investissant dans l'éducation de nos citoyens, nous investissons également dans l'avenir de notre Afrique.
By investing in the education of our citizens, we are also investing in the future of Africa.
Ensemble,
Together,
travaillons à bâtir un système éducatif qui soit à la hauteur des aspirations de notre Afrique et qui prépare nos enfants à devenir des leaders de demain.
let's work in building an educative system which will meet the aspirations of our Africa and which prepare our children to become the best leaders of tomorrow.
Mesdames et messieurs,
Ladies and
comme
gentlemen,
vous pouvez le constater,
as you can
le
notice,
monde est en pleine ébullition.
the world is evolving.
Il y a des pays aujourd'hui où les enfants ne connaissent plus le chemin de l'école parce qu'inexistante ou détruite par les roquettes et hobbies de guerre.
There are nations today where children no longer go to school because these roads leading to school have been destructed either by rockets or by weapons.
Cas de mon pays, la République démocratique du Congo, à Goma, à l'est du pays.
And a case study is my own country, the Democratic Republic of Congo.
Ensemble,
Together,
travaillons pour un avenir
let's work for the future
où la coexistence pacifique
where peaceful coexistence
et le respect mutuel prévalent.
and mutual respect prevail.
Nous ne pouvons Président.
We can no longer stay indifferent as far as the situation in the east of Congo is concerned.
Les conflits ne peuvent être résolus par la violence, mais seulement par les dialogues, la compréhension mutuelle et le respect des droits de l'homme.
Conflict can never be solved out through violence, but only through dialogue, mutual understanding, and also respecting the human rights.
Voilà pourquoi nous encourageons la communauté internationale à soutenir les efforts visant à promouvoir la paix, la sécurité et le développement dans la région des Grands Lacs.
And this is why we encourage the international community to support all the efforts aiming at promoting peace, security, development in the Great Lake regions.
Il est donc crucial de travailler ensemble pour créer un environnement propice dans la coexistence pacifique et la prospérité de toutes les populations concernées.
It is therefore critical to work together in order to create a conducive atmosphere which will enhance a peaceful coexistence and the prosperity of all the populations that are concerned.
Pour terminer,
And to close,
en ce moment délicat,
in this delicate moment,
chers Africains,
dear Africans,
chers dirigeants de pays,
dear leaders of countries,
chers futurs leaders,
dear leaders to come,
restons ensemble,
let's remain together,
ouverts au dialogue
open to dialogue,
et engagés en faveur de la paix
and committed toward peace and reconciliation
pour une paix durable
for a sustainable
et
peace
pour une Afrique forte et unie.
and for a strong and united Africa.
Je vous remercie.
Thank you.
Can we put our hands together for the ambassador?
Est-ce qu'on peut acclamer pour son excellence?
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Merci beaucoup, Votre Excellence.
Thank you very much, everybody. Okay.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. We have with us someone from the Enugu State Universal Basic Education Board, a permanent member one, and Subeb. Join me as I make welcome Dr. Stephanie Amakangene. She is here representing the chairman, Dr. Aja. Madam, we welcome you especially. Thanks for being here.
Delegates, when you find a superior delegate, by every calculation, she's a superior delegate. That's not how to welcome a superior delegate. Welcome her properly. You're welcome, madam.
Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Mesdames et messieurs,
my dear colleagues, ambassadors of respective countries,
mes chers collègues, les ambassadeurs de pays respectifs,
on behalf of the IHRC Cameroon,
en l'honneur de la République du Cameroun,
I want to appreciate the initiative of the NG Educators UN Model Conference
je voudrais apprécier l'initiative de NG Educators UN Model.
Indeed, education is key, fundamental, and most vital in every society.
L'éducation est la clé et la vitalité de toutes les sociétés.
What else can Cameroon say apart from saying congratulations?
Qu'est-ce que le Cameroun peut dire à part dire félicitations?
And what else can Cameroun contribute apart from saying you have us as a second community to work with you and to work with Cameroon in fostering the objective of educating more and more children?
Quoi d'autre que le Cameroun peut faire à part s'engager dans cette lutte et vous dire que vous nous avez comme deuxième pays à s'engager jusqu'au bout pour arriver à nos résultats?
In as much as we want to digitalize education,
Nous voulons digitaliser l'éducation.
We must encourage inclusive learning.
Pour pouvoir digitaliser l'éducation,
Encourage inclusive learning.
nous devons encourager l'éducation.
And inclusive learning to me also talks about intersocietal learning.
Et l'éducation inclusive parle de l'intersocialité de l'éducation.
And to my young delegates here present,
Et à tous mes jeunes délégués ici présents,
you're representing different countries.
vous représentez différents pays.
Speaks to me your desire to live in a global village.
Dites-moi vos désirs de vouloir vivre dans un village global.
So, as the representative of the Republic of Cameroon,
En tant que représentant de la République du Cameroun,
of the International Human Rights Commission,
dans l'International Human Rights Commission,
we can pledge our support to the state of Enugu.
nous pouvons planter notre support à l'État d'Enugu
By telling you that when it comes to language, which is fundamental in education,
en vous disant que quand ça fait référence à la langue qui est fondamentale pour l'éducation,
when it comes to digitalization, which is the most essential of our century,
en vous disant que la digitalisation est la chose la plus essentielle de notre siècle,
we will definitely work together to ensure that we have literate people coming out from this state of Enugu and contaminating every other country in Africa.
nous allons nous assurer que nous avons assez de personnes alphabétisées ici à Enugu et qui vont contaminer positivement tous les autres pays.
And as the head of the IHRC,
Et en tant que
we offer to give you free French lessons in any schools that your governor will choose.
Wow. L'État du Cameroun vous offre des classes de français gratuites
For one whole academic year on arrangements that we will have.
pour une année académique.
Because it will be my pleasure that on your next conference,
Parce que cela sera mon plaisir pour la prochaine conférence
that students of this model be the ones to moderate and interpret and take total control of the conference.
Cela sera mon plaisir de voir que tous les étudiants ici présents, tous les élèves puissent être pour la prochaine conférence des délégués, des interprètes.
Long live the state of Enugu. Long live Nigeria.
Longue vie à l'État d'Enugu, longue vie au Nigeria. Merci.
Thank you. You can all go. Thank you very much indeed. Good work. You're taking your Cameroonian phone away. Okay. We will quickly dismiss the diplomatic corps. So we move on.
Rapidement, nous allons permettre au corps diplomatique de pouvoir se...
You bring the UN flag. Bring the UN flag forward. Okay. Bring the Nigerian flag too.
Le drapeau des Nations Unies, également le drapeau du Nigeria.
There. No, let's finish this before you go. You want to leave one of your most important duties here. Okay, I know you can do this down there, but let's do it here quickly. Leader of the delegation from Côte d'Ivoire, step forward. Leader of delegation from Uganda, step forward. Yes, special envoy, leader of delegation from Niger and Nigeria, step forward. Yes. And he's very big. The only man with concurrent accreditation here for Niger and Nigeria. Ambassador Abdullahi Bakoji Adamu,
Ambassadeur Adamou,
and then
reçu l'accréditation ici au Nigeria.
Ambassador Daniel Nevila of the Republic of Uganda,
Ambassadeur Daniel Nabila de la République de
and Ambassador Bouaman Nasir from the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire.
de la République de Côte d'Ivoire.
These three ambassadors have a duty to perform quickly.
Ces trois ambassadeurs ont une tâche à accomplir rapidement.
Yes, and because it is about the UN, we have our UN representative too, Mr. Osama. Mr. Osama Abod, please come forward. Please come forward.
S'il vous plaît, veuillez avancer.
Okay, we're doing this because it is symbolic.
Nous le faisons parce que c'est symbolique.
We have an honors and award night tomorrow.
Nous avons une soirée de remise de prix demain.
But this doesn't have to do with that event. This has to do with a member of the family they belong to.
Ça n'a rien à voir avec cet événement, mais plutôt avec les membres de la famille à laquelle ils appartiennent.
The Commission is engaged in developmental projects around Africa.
La Commission est engagée dans les projets de développement autour de l'Afrique.
When the decision was made to come to Nigeria,
Et lorsque la décision a été prise de venir au Nigeria,
the project that was conceived for their coming to Nigeria has reached advanced stage.
qui avait été conçu pour leur arrivée a atteint son apogée.
You know the word poverty.
Vous connaissez tous le mot pauvreté.
Some of you see poverty and explain it to be that a man is hungry.
Certains d'entre vous, lorsqu'ils entendent pauvreté, ils l'expriment par le
That
fait
a
que
man
vous
cannot
avez faim.
you may not be able to provide for your basic needs, and so you are a poor person or you have poverty.
Donc, si vous êtes incapable de pouvoir vous donner les produits de première nécessité, on vous qualifie de pauvre.
In the international community, we define poverty differently.
Mais dans la communauté internationale, nous définissons la pauvreté différemment.
The fact that you don't have a home, a house over your head where you go to sleep at night, that is when we call you poor.
Le fait que vous n'avez pas de maison, vous n'avez pas un toit où vous pouvez vous abriter le soir, c'est cela que nous appelons la pauvreté.
As much as we know the term poverty is a political word,
Autant que nous savons que le mot pauvreté est un terme politique,
we know clearly that homelessness is what is called poverty.
et nous savons que ce que nous appelons le manque d'éducation est ce qu'on appelle la pauvreté.
Rain comes upon you, the sun is there upon you. Every other vagaries of attack is upon you when you don't have a home, you don't have a house you sleep in.
Ok, toutes les variations climatiques, la pluie, le soleil, le vent, les tempêtes, lorsque cela vous frappe, vous n'avez pas un endroit où vous abritez.
So since we're concerned about poor countries, and we're today in one of the poor countries as rated in the international community,
Et puisque nous sommes préoccupés des pays pauvres et que nous sommes aujourd'hui dans l'un des pays enregistrés à la communauté internationale comme pauvres,
the Commission planned and got prepared with its funds, full funds, to develop housing projects here in Nigeria.
alors la commission s'est préparée et a mis des moyens pour pouvoir développer un projet d'habitat ici au Nigeria.
A housing project that is prepared to build a minimum of 30,000 housing units.
Et ce projet d'habitat a pour objectif de bâtir un minimum
de 30 000 habitations.
So far, the approval by the federal government of Nigeria for this housing project to take off has been obtained by this commission at the Federal Capital Territory, Abuja.
Et jusqu'ici, la commission a reçu l'approbation de l'État fédéral du Nigeria pour mettre en œuvre ce projet.
To get funds in the United Nations or international fund foundations, it's not easy.
Pour recevoir le financement des Nations Unies ou alors du FMI, ce n'est pas une chose aisée.
But we have sourced the funds to build 30,000 housing units through somebody.
Mais nous avons trouvé les fonds pour pouvoir construire 30 000 maisons au travers d'un individu.
We want to use this occasion in Nigeria. We don't always have opportunities to hold occasions in Nigeria, but because we have this opportunity to hold this occasion in Nigeria, we want to decorate today the person who has worked hard and brought in the funding for the 30,000 housing units to be built in Abuja, Nigeria.
Et nous voulons saisir cette occasion ici au Nigeria. Nous n'en avons pas une dame qui a marché au travers des organisations de financement, des donateurs, bailleurs de fonds, un argent qui n'est pas remboursable pour que nous puissions avoir ce projet de construction de 30 000 maisons au Nigeria.
The International Human Rights Commission therefore welcomes her and bestows upon her the right as official human rights community housing experts.
Alors, la Commission internationale des droits de l'homme voudrait donc la décorer comme personnel exécutif de la Commission internationale des droits de l'homme à l'ONU.
Even though the project is not to be built in Enugu, I want you all to be happy that it is being built here in Nigeria.
Même si le projet ne sera pas implanté ici à l'état d'Enugu, mais je voudrais que vous soyez tous fiers parce que c'est un projet qui est implémenté au Nigeria.
And we have agreed that since we are talking education,
puisque nous parlons depuis éducation,
soldiers have barracks, police have barracks.
Les soldats ont des maisons, les policiers ont également des maisons
where they live.
Où ils habitent.
But we have never seen where teachers have barracks where they live or have housing estate meant for teachers alone where they live.
Mais nous n'avons jamais vu des enseignants avec des maisons qui sont destinées à eux.
The 30,000 housing units which this commission is building in Nigeria will house only teachers.
Et les 30 000 maisons que ce projet va bâtir appartiendront uniquement aux enseignants.
I really wish that this should have happened.
Ici à Enugu.
Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, ambassadors, extraordinary and plenipotentiary, dear excellencies, we announce to you a woman of substance to step forward, Barrister Dr. Teyila Maureen Agbo Nomno. Please come forward. Thank you, everyone. We will not continue this. We have a plenary session to hold.
Merci à tous. Nous n'allons pas
the-
aller plus loin que ceci. Nous avons une session
What
plénière.
we do now is that even the photography will be outside. You go outside and have the photography. But let me make
La prise de photos.
the final announcement before you go.
Donc, je vais vous passer une dernière annonce avant que vous ne partiez.
I received this announcement this morning. It's titled Announcement.
Donc, je l'ai reçu ce matin et c'est intitulé Annonce, annonce, annonce.
Yes, from the headquarters in New York.
Et c'est depuis le quartier général.
It says, in the exercise of the powers conferred upon me by the Constitution of the International Human Rights Commission, IHRC, as an intergovernmental organization and International Human Rights Commission Relief Fund Trust in consultative status with ECOSOC of United Nations, the world chairman, Ambassador Dr. Mohammed Sahid Amin Khan, hereby give Ambassador Dr. Tiglumun Innocent Ahure, the Global Director General, the approval to confer the noble honor of both organizations, International Human Rights Badge 2024 to Barrister Dr. Maureen Teyila Agbo Numno, Executive Housing Coordinator of the Human Rights Community Housing Project of Abuja, Nigeria. We extol her esteemed record, incredible leadership and dedication to serve the people of Nigeria and beyond. This notification is issued under my hand and the seal of the World Chairman of the Commission today, the 5th day of June 2024. So we have done something very legal.
Alors, ça c'est la lettre qui donne toute la légalité à son Excellence de faire ce qui venait d'être fait à l'endroit de notre chère ambassadrice qui venait d'être décorée par l'exécutif des Nations Unies.
Also, we will announce quickly the late arrival of the leader of the delegation from the Republic of Mali. She was held up by the strike somewhere in Lagos. She made her way to Enugu through tough and difficult terrains, but she finally made it. Ambassador from the Republic of Mali, I understand the other delegates could not even come out just now, but she took her back this afternoon and still got to the venue. So we welcome her. Please put your hands together for Ambassador from Mali.
Nous accueillons également l'arrivée, bien que tardive, de l'ambassadeur représentant du Mali. Elle a été bloquée, elle avait été bloquée à cause de la grève, mais elle a tout fait, elle s'est battue pour pouvoir arriver ici aujourd'hui.
Oh yes, I thought as much. Oh, you spoke English to me on phone. How come? She spoke English to me a little on phone, but now she says it should be complete French. Okay, please just put your hands together for Ambassador Regina Otuli from the Republic of Mali.
Ambassadrice Regina du Mali.
You have not missed anything. We are still on. So you're welcome.
Nous sommes encore en cours.
You have 1 minute to say thank you. Just 1 minute, and your people, all of you can now go and allow us to do our work in peace. Thank you very much.
Vous avez 1 minute pour exprimer votre gratitude et toute votre délégation, votre personne, vous allez aller dehors pour les prises de vue.
Good afternoon, all.
Bon après-midi à tous.
I want to thank God Almighty for this because it's not by my power, but my might, but by His grace.
Dieu tout-puissant pour ceci parce que ce n'est ni par ma force ni par ma puissance.
I want to appreciate the International Human Rights Commission.
Et je voulais également apprécier la Commission internationale des droits de l'homme.
And I also want to thank the global president, Mr. Ambassador Dr. Tiglumun Ahure, for this great privilege. I have nothing more to say than to say thank you and to tell you all the young generation sitting there, there's so much ahead. Where Maureen has stopped or where she'll be tired, That's where your strength will come from. So I want to applaud all of you that you can do this. You can do better than I've done.
Je n'ai pas grand-chose à dire que de vous remercier surtout ces jeunes qui sont venus pour tout ce que vous avez fait, sachant d'où vous venez et où vous allez. Et je crois que, parce que vous le savez, vous irez loin.
This is a huge responsibility. I need all of you on board. I can't do it alone.
C'est une lourde responsabilité et j'ai besoin de chacun d'entre vous dans mon bateau. Je ne peux pas le faire moi-même.
I know that so many of you sitting out there that will be my strength, my pillar, and my bear icon. Most of you beautiful ladies there that will be my pillow. Because with you by my side, I know the sky is the limit for Africa.
Alors, je sais que la plupart d'entre vous ici aussi, vous serez mes piliers, mon soutien et surtout les dames qui sont assises là, vous serez comme mon oreiller et je suis sûr que ce véhicule va aller loin.
I want you all to know that to whom much is given, much is expected.
Et je voudrais également dire que celui à qui on a beaucoup confié, il sera également beaucoup demandé.
I will do my best to make you all proud.
Je ferai de mon mieux pour que vous soyez tous fiers.
I know this is the starting point of my work. There'll be no sleepless night.
Et je sais, c'est le début de mon travail. Il n'y aura pas de sommeil.
Thank you all, but please have it in mind that I am your sister, so you can't leave this huge responsibility only to me. God bless you all.
Merci beaucoup de vous souvenir que je suis votre sœur et de m'avoir confié cette responsabilité. Dieu vous bénisse tous.
Thank you. Thank you. That is over.
Merci, merci, c'est la fin.
And no more interpretations again. Thank you too. Dear ambassadors, farewell. Au revoir, au revoir, au revoir. Send them away with some music if you can. Exactly. Your program is actually for tomorrow. Yes.
Show me up, show me to the world. I wanna live my life with you. Show me up, show me to the world. I wanna live my life with you. You're like the beautiful sunrise in the morning. When I look into your eyes, they must be rising. Oh, you remind me that I am lucky.
The music is okay. The music is okay. Dear Excellencies, ambassadors, please be seated. Please be seated and let's continue. Madam President of the General Assembly, you have the floor.
Okay. I request my deputy to give the resolutions to the delegates. And to you, the delegates, you are given 30 minutes to view, reflect, analyze, and process those resolutions. And thereafter, you have to debate on them. Thank you.
The resolutions are to be shared only to the delegates in this oval sitting position. So give each one a copy. Now we need absolute silence in the hall. The President of the General Assembly has just announced that you have only 30 minutes to go through those resolutions. Remember, we are still convening the Security Council today. They have a resolution to also look at. I want to emphasize again that the committees worked and produced the findings upon which the resolutions have been reached. You were taught that resolutions are discussed clause by clause. You don't go straight to the resolution itself. You may agree or disagree with the clause. And those who agree with the clause will also have their say. If the debate is too close to call, the president may decide to put the clause to vote. Voting, you were taught, is by voice or by division, depending on the one that has been decided upon by the president. A division sometimes is difficult because you may have to line up to be counted, and that is why the voice vote sometimes serves faster. But where it is not clear, there must be a division. Delegates do not speak on the floor of the assembly. Delegates who must talk must have the permission of the President of the General Assembly. I can teach you something. I may decide of the entire resolution, I may decide to concentrate on just one of the clauses so that I don't get confused by another clause. You represent different countries. Some other person's interest may be the other clause that you have not taken particular interest in. What is fundamental is that the House went through a resolution. I have explained, and you have been told severally, that in formal meetings that you are aware of, discussions are held, and a communique is obtained as a conclusion. But in the case of discussions on the floor of the assembly, the resolutions are already reached because they are adopted from the findings of the committees. And so, we start with resolutions instead of ending with resolutions. Madam Deputy President of the Assembly, you are not to take the resolutions that far. Come back, Madam Deputy President. Your instructions were to keep the resolutions within the delegates in the oval sitting positions.
As delegates are analyzing their resolutions, I'll call on the delegates from Estonia to come and address the assembly. Delegates from Estonia.
Good day, Madam President, Vice President, President of the Security Council, Secretary General, dignitaries present, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Namchi Kamtiochukwu, and I'm the delegate from the Republic of Estonia. I'm going to be talking to you about affordable further education. The United Nations defines higher education as a concept that enables individuals to expand their knowledge and skills, clearly express their thoughts, both orally and in writing, grasp abstract concepts and theories, and increase their understanding of the world. In 2020, approximately 90% of the global population had achieved primary education, while 66% had achieved secondary education. Only 40% achieved tertiary education. The adoption of the United Nations Resolution EDEFA 2006 ME8 was a significant milestone in achieving equitable access to education by assembling efforts and endeavors to achieve equal access to education. In addition to the above resolution, the Development Goal Target 4.3, stating equal access for men and women to affordable and quality technical and vocational education, is the leading effort in achieving this. The United Nations and its member states, through its resolutions and instruments, collaborate with non-governmental organizations to promote equal access to higher education and raise awareness about the importance and rationale of achieving education worldwide. The Republic of Estonia feels that certain cardinal topics that should be acknowledged include equitable access to technical, vocational, and higher education, TVHE, and awareness of the general populace. We must acknowledge that broadband access is no longer a luxury, but a fundamental right. We must bridge the digital divide to ensure everyone can participate in the online learning revolution. Technical and vocational education programs equip individuals with practical skills for in-demand jobs in areas like renewable energy, healthcare, and information technology, thereby achieving SDGs 3, 7, and 10, amongst others. In order to address the decline percentage, governments and countries may be employed to tailor their education administration to suit a system that encourages further education after secondary school. Also, a release of funding to enable the dispensation of awareness to the populace on why TVHE is important is paramount. Estonia has taken action on the framework for vocational and professional education in Estonia. Aside from this, to keep up with our advancing world, the Republic of Estonia has acknowledged the need for broadband access and has integrated it into its education system. Estonia also calls to all governments to provide employment initiatives and incentives with the intention of encouraging higher education. In addition, Estonia believes it is just to ensure higher education for boys and girls, men and women, to pace with our encouraging world. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates from Estonia. Please note, other delegates that are going to be coming up to address the General Assembly. Please, you are given only 2 minutes to speak without the interpretation. Okay, delegates from Botswana should come up and address the Assembly.
distinguished secretariats, fellow delegates, and esteemed guests. I am Ernest Onyekwana III, and standing here, I'm being the representative as the delegate of Botswana. It's an honor to address the General Assembly on the crucial issue of bridging the gap in STEM, science, technology, education, and mathematics. This issue influences millions of women and girls globally, often due to cultural stereotypes, inadequate resources, and limited career opportunities. Bridging this gap is essential for sustainable development and economic growth, because innovations that change the world are more likely to happen if there are more people equipped to produce them, irrespective of their gender. Fumzio Nlambo Nguka, UN Women Executive Director, stated that investing in women's education, particularly in STEM, is essential for economic growth. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, especially Goals 4 and 5, emphasizes gender equality in education and all around the world. International non-governmental organizations like Girls Who Code and InWest supports women in STEM and aim to achieve both of these goals in Botswana. Initiatives like Our Women in STEM, also known as We STEM program, align with these Sustainable Development Goals 4 and 5, which also align with our Vision 2036 and National Development Plan 11. Botswana proposes that the United Nations and fellow countries should adopt strategies to bridge the gap by enhancing partnership programs to promote STEM for young girls. Integrating gender-sensitive curricula and establishing mentorship program. It's crucial to align national policies with international frameworks, such as those advocated by the United Nations and SDGs. Creating an inclusive environment where women thrive in STEM will drive national and global development. Addressing the gender gap in STEM is not only a matter of justice, it's a crucial step towards achieving sustainable development and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates from Botswana. Please note, delegates, like the ambassador Civilian said, on the UN ground, you shouldn't make noise. Please, let what happened when the delegate from Botswana was talking shouldn't repeat itself again. Okay, delegate from Germany, come and address the General Assembly.
Good day, Madam President, Vice President, President of the Security Council, Secretary General, fellow delegates, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chamaka Onyeharam, and I represent Germany based on the topic promoting access to quality education for girls in developing countries. Imagine a world where every girl can attend school without fear or barriers, where her potential is not limited by gender, but unleashed by opportunity. Education is seen as the gateway to the future, and investing in girls' education is investing in every nation's prosperity, progress, and peace. As the world rapidly advances, millions of girls in developing countries remain trapped in a cycle of poverty and illiteracy, preventing them from realizing their full potential and contributing to their society. Germany recognizes that investing in girls' education is essential for achieving gender equality and fostering sustainable development. Germany, as a developed country, has been a strong advocate for gender equality in education through the German Federal Ministry for Economic Cooperation and Development, BMZ, which has launched programs aimed at enhancing girls' education, such as the Girls' Education Initiative in Africa and Asia. These programs provide scholarships, build safe and accessible schools, and break down barriers that prevent girls from attending schools. In conclusion, Germany stands ready to collaborate with all nations to ensure and create a nation where every child, regardless of their gender, has the opportunity to learn and thrive. By implementing these solutions, we can be able to create a future where every girl has the opportunity to contribute to a more equitable and prosperous world. On these notes, I implore all member states to join in these efforts, share resources, and work together to build educational systems that are inclusive, equitable, and capable of providing quality education to every child. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates from Germany. Okay, delegates from Denmark, come and address the General Assembly.
Good morning, Excellencies, honorable dignitaries, and respected leaders. Standing before you is an ambassador of Denmark, and I'm going to be offering a speech on the promotion of education to displaced persons. According to John Dewey, education is not a preparation for life, but education is life itself. Looking at the 21st century, the breath of life has not been initiated in the majority of displaced persons. In the United Nations countries, over 65% of displaced persons are lacking education. Then when it comes to African nations, over 85% of African nations are lacking education. In the light of this, the UN has taken action through the UNICEF Inclusive Education Program and the UN Disability Inclusive Strategy has guaranteed unrestricted access of education to displaced persons out there. Denmark has also played a commendable role whenever it comes to the enforcement and practice of education to displaced persons through inclusivity, support, participation, socializing, and so on. And so we are appealing to developing countries, Mozambique, Afghanistan, Algeria, Nigeria, and so other developing countries. Your displaced children are in the streets begging for money while their mates are in the school, and it is not right. There should be provision of free education, scholarships, socializing, organizing competitions to sharpen their potentials, so as to bring education to the doorstep of these people. Like my people, the Danes always say, "Der Genswick, der building Besterin, Spijali Vestaverdin," meaning the whole purpose of education is to turn mirrors into windows. When you look in the mirror, you see your reflection and your environment. But when you look in the window, what you see is endless. And that is what education is, when you look at education. And we look at providing this to displaced persons. There are some examples of people out there that are displaced but are making it in life. Example is Stephen Hawking. Stephen Hawking has motor neuron syndrome, but he's a physics professional. He's a physics professor and also has a PhD. Another is Helen Keller, who is both deaf and blind, but she's a graduate and an author and a writer and a speaker at the same time. So, when education is brought to these students, job opportunities will be created. They will live an exemplary life to the rest, and so on. They will serve as an inspiration and a role model. Their self-esteem will be elevated, and depression will be eliminated. So, in doing this, the SDG Goal 1 and Goal 2, which is poverty and low and zero hunger, will be eliminated through job opportunities. SDG Goal 9 will also be eliminated, which is implying industry and infrastructures. It will be created through these activities. And most importantly, SDG Goal 4, quality education, will be achieved. And also, there will be enough economic development. In conclusion, with folded arms, I solicitate to the ambassadors, the delegates, and other leaders. Get up your loins and prepare for the task ahead. Hope is the light that guides us through our darkness. These children are hope. The journey might be far, but the destination is worth it. Thank you.
That was a nice one from delegates of Denmark. Thank you. Okay, delegates from Gambia, come and address the General Assembly.
President of the General Assembly, Vice President, President of the Security Council, Secretary General, fellow delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. My name is Christabel Amun, and I am the delegate of the Republic of the Gambia, and I'm here to discuss the topic, integrating environmental education into school curricula. Did you know that rising sea levels threaten to displace nearly 20% of the Gambia's population? This is just one of the many environmental challenges facing developing countries. Our small country, while a minimal contributor to global emissions, bears undue burden from climate change, deforestation, and improper waste management. Erratic weather patterns disrupt agriculture, leading to food insecurity. The Gambian government recognizes these challenges and the importance of environmental education to address them. We have established ambitious policies like the Gambia's long-term climate-neutral development strategy 2050, aiming for net zero emissions by 2050, and the National Environmental Action Plan, which aims to make environmental education a fundamental part of Gambian education. This is crucial for building a culture of sustainability, and it ensures environmental awareness, fostering a more holistic understanding of environmental issues. The Gambian government acknowledges the potential of environmental education. However, translating these ambitions into reality presents significant challenges due to resource constraints, limited financial and human resources. The Gambia calls upon the international community to join forces. Developed nations and international organizations should provide financial and technical assistance to strengthen environmental education programs in the Gambia. Knowledge sharing on sustainable practices and investing in training programs for environmental experts and educators in the Gambia will empower us to implement our plans effectively. The Gambia isn't waiting on the sidelines. We're ready to join forces and tackle these environmental challenges head-on. Let us work together to empower the next generation, bridge the knowledge gap, and ensure a sustainable future for the Gambia and all developing nations. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, delegates from Gambia. Okay, delegates from Spain, come and address the assembly.
Buenos dias, everybody. I greet the Honorable Chair and members of the committee. My name is Egwon Utochku, a delegate from Spain. I am here to talk on developing education in developing countries. My country, Spain, is a country fascinated with education as it sees the endless possibilities and doors opened by education in countries. Spain is a country that recognizes the importance and the sheer need for educational development in the world. As we all know, education is the bedrock for building any nation. To tear a nation down, remove education. To build a nation up, provide education. Here are strategies that Spain has brought up in order to improve education as a whole. Firstly, financing. What do I mean? Financing is a very big issue faced by education in developing countries. Countries like this lack the amenities and the financial support in order to provide serious educational change. Countries such as the Congo, who lack basic universities, need financial support from stronger countries and developed countries like Spain. As to this effect, Spain wishes to contribute to such countries in order to increase education in such countries. Spain also wishes to hold seminars to educate the public and countries on the importance of education. Many countries do not value education as they feel it is a waste of time. I am here to correct that notion. Spain believes that education is a building block for everything in the world. You want to create leaders of tomorrow, you need education. You want to create innovators of tomorrow, you need education. Everybody here is educated. And that is why this seminar has taken beautiful shape. Education is not just a stumbling block, but a building block. Spain also wishes that all countries come together and not fold their arms. Let us build a world where every man is educated, where no man is oppressed, where education is not just a privilege, but a common thing, where everybody, despite of gender disparities and inequality, is educated. Let gender disparities or inequality not be a stumbling block for education. Let all us come together and build this world, making sure that education is widespread in the world we know today. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates from Spain. Delegates from Ireland, come and address the General Assembly.
The President of the General Assembly, the Vice President of the General Assembly, the President of the Security Council, the Secretary General, the dignitaries present, esteemed delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good day. My name is Obinweke Gaya and I'm from Hill Range Secondary School, and I'm here as a delegate from Ireland. As a delegate from Ireland, I am here to address the crucial issues promoting girl education in developing countries and enhancing teacher training in remote areas. According to WFP Hunger Policy and Strategy, about 60% of chronically hungry people in the world are women. Women make up about 45% of the total labor market, and they spend 3 times the time men spend in the labor market and still earn 30% less than men in developing regions. Girls face significant educational barriers, including cultural norms, economic constraints, and safety concerns. To combat these challenges, Ireland supports community engagement initiatives to shift cultural attitudes, financial assistance to reduce the economic burden on families, the creation of safe and inclusive learning environments, and the development of gender-sensitive curricula that retain female students and address their specific needs. Effective education hinges on the quality of teaching, which is often challenged in remote areas due to isolation and limited resources. Ireland advocates for leveraging technology through e-training to provide ongoing professional development, offering incentives to attract and retain qualified teachers, establishing collaborative networks for peer support and resource sharing, and ensuring better resource allocation to equip remote schools adequately. By focusing on these strategies, we are aimed to empower students and teachers, fostering a more inclusive and prosperous future for all. Despite being a male and of the opposite gender, I feel like women have been discriminated in the whole world, and not just some part of the world. Some of the part of the world women have been discriminated include Saudi Arabia, where women were not allowed to drive cars. They include Pakistan, where women were not allowed to go to school. You have Ireland and Iraq. You have Iraq and Iran, and you also have Nigeria and some other African countries which discriminate women in this manner. And together, if the opportunity is given, we can end all manner of gender discrimination in the world at large and create an equal opportunity for all, both politically, socially, and all rounds where discrimination is possible. Thank you. My name remains Obinweke Guy from Hill Range Secondary School, and I'm a delegate of Ireland.
Thank you, delegates from Ireland. Okay. Delegates, you are given 30 minutes and it remains 6 minutes. So after the speech of the delegates from Ethiopia, I think you should start concluding your analysis, because after that, the debates will commence. Thank you. Delegate from Ethiopia.
Standing on already existing protocol, good afternoon. My name is Zora Adibeson, and I'm the delegate of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia. I am more than honored to speak to you all on enhancing teacher training and professional development in remote areas. According to the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, a rural area is a local community with a population density below 150 inhabitants per square kilometer. In most cases, however, a rural area is defined as a residual category. It is with this very definition that the problem lies, because it becomes increasingly easy to neglect the needs of this group. To achieve the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, the international community needs to urgently reconsider rural development. The question then becomes, how do we achieve this? In view of this, the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia has adopted different solutions. Firstly, Ethiopia has expanded the number of teaching training institutions, especially in rural areas. As it is impossible to separate culture from education, these teacher training programs are centered on equipping teachers with the skills that are necessary to address the specific challenges faced by rural schools. Furthermore, the integration of technology in teacher training and professional development has been emphasized in order to enhance the learning process. To attract and retain qualified teachers, Ethiopia has implemented incentive programs such as offering housing allowances, hardship allowances, and career advancement opportunities for educators working in remote areas. Finally, Ethiopia partners with multiple non-governmental organizations, such as Society for Elimination of Rural Poverty, in order to promote professional development in such areas. By implementing these strategies, the international community as a whole can improve the quality of education in rural areas by ensuring that teachers are well-trained, supported, and equipped to meet the distinct needs of students in their communities. This in turn will greatly aid the achievement of the fourth Sustainable Development Goal, which is quality education. In the words of Bill First, every child should have the opportunity to receive a quality education. As such, it is our duty as delegates to ensure that every single child, especially those in rural areas, can access this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates from Ethiopia. Delegates, I believe that you must be done with analyzing those resolutions. And, okay. Okay, Secretary General is back. Okay. The 30 minutes is over, so the debate will begin. At this moment, I'll call on the Secretary General of the United Nations to begin the debates. Thank you.
Greetings, everyone. Please, at this juncture, we need a decorum environment. Let there be tranquility because the debate is in motion. But before I proceed, let me give honor to whom honor is due. The President, General Assembly, the President, Security Council, the Deputy President, General Assembly, the Secretary General of the UN, the extraordinary and extra potentiary delegates from different countries seated. Greetings, everyone. Here with me is the debate that every one of us is entitled to go through. You're expected to cross the T's and dot your I's. You're expected to go through it and get all addendum cum corrigendum. If there is any error, if there is any discrepancy, if there is any clause that is in this debate that is not in line with your will, there will be room for that. So at this juncture, we commence the reading of the debate. United Nations General Assembly Resolution on Education for All. Resolution adopted by the General Assembly. Section 1, Introduction. In recognition of the fundamental human right to education, as articulated in key international instruments such as the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the General Assembly reaffirms its commitment to advancing access to education for all individuals worldwide. Section 2, Acknowledging Progress and Challenges. The General Assembly acknowledges the commendable progress achieved through previous resolutions and global conferences aimed at promoting literacy and education for all. However, it also acknowledges the persisting challenges hindering the realization of universal education. Section 3, Gender Disparities and Illiteracy Eradication. Remember, education is the key to the destination of our future. Remember, the aim and objective of this our program is education in developing countries. Remember, whatever decision we make today stands to change and to effect on the posterities ahead of us. Please, let's give one voice as we read the section 3 of this, our law. Gender disparities and illiteracy eradication. Deeply concerned by the persistent gender disparities in education, particularly the prevalence of illiteracy among women, the General Assembly emphasizes the urgent need to eradicate illiteracy as a cornerstone of the International Development Strategy for the 4th United Nations Development Decade. Section 4, role of education in development. Education is the pillar for every development. For every nation to triumph, education remains indispensable. Recognizing the transformative power of education in fostering economic and social progress, the General Assembly reaffirms the indispensable role of basic education in achieving various development objectives, including poverty eradication and sustainable development. Section 5, affirmations and declarations. It is our veto power. It is the immunity and the prerogative we enjoy to affirm and make a declaration on these postulations. The General Assembly welcomes affirmations and declarations supporting education for all, such as the Amen Affirmation and the Hamburg Declaration. These affirmations underscore the global commitment to advancing the agenda for education and literacy. Section 6, urgent action needed. Please, everyone, pay attention. Despite significant progress in primary school enrollments and quality enhancements, the General Assembly acknowledges the persistent challenges in achieving universal education. It emphasizes the imperative of intensified efforts at both national and international levels to address these challenges. Section 7. Recommendations and appeals. The General Assembly appeals to the governments and organizations to redouble, to intensify their efforts in combating illiteracy and promoting education for all. It calls for the establishment of firm targets and timetables, including gender-specific education targets, and emphasizes the importance of partnerships with communities, associations, and development agencies. This section 7 is in line with what Professor Chinedu Nebo said here earlier today in his presentation. In development of education in developing countries, we call on the stakeholders, we call on the pedagogies, we call on the government agencies. They are the apparatus that we are going to use towards achieving a sustainable education for children, for citizens, which is their inalienable rights. Therefore, we recommend this section 7 for recommendations and appeals. Section 8, collaboration and coordination. Recognizing the importance of collaborative efforts, the General Assembly invites all relevant entities to intensify their actions in implementing declarations and commitments related to education for all. It underscores the necessity of coordinated efforts among governments, specialized agencies, non-governmental organizations, and communities. We therefore solicit from non-governmental organizations the NGOs across the globe to come to the intervention of ameliorating the effects of education in our dear country. We therefore seek their supports, we therefore seek their partnerships, we therefore let the door open for collaborative efforts. The NGOs that empower education, we need purposeful and qualitative students in each country. Section 9, reporting and evaluation. The General Assembly recommends the provision of comprehensive information on the implementation of education for all strategies to facilitate reporting on progress and challenges. It requires consideration of effective measures, including the possibility of launching a United Nations decade to eradicate illiteracy. Yes, the priority of the United Nations underscores eradication of illiteracy. We therefore succumb to this appraisal. Section 10, conclusion. In conclusion, the General Assembly reaffirms its commitments to advancing cooperation towards education for all and decides to include this crucial issue in the agenda of its future sessions under the item on social development. Before we adopt the plenary, I'll have to revert back to the President. I have to revert back to Mr. President, General Assembly, who has given me the privilege and opportunity to preside on this motion. Thank you and God bless you.
Madam President of the General Assembly, do you have countries that are in total support of the resolution, clause by clause, to the final resolution? Please find out.
Please, countries that are in total support of the resolutions, that's from section 1 to section 10, please indicate.
I don't think they know what they're doing.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Madam President.
Yes, sir.
Do you have countries that are not in support of the resolution or have any query with any of the clauses?
Okay, you can put your placards down now. Is there any country that is not in total support of the resolutions or is against any of the sections of the resolution? Please indicate. Okay.
Mr. Secretary General, take note of the delegates who have something to say.
Is it those that are against? Sir. Those that
Okay, please, we need the environment. Please, if you have anything to say concerning the aforementioned communique, please, can you raise your symbol? Okay, you can step forward.
microphones were provided for every country's delegate. But in this case, you have to step forward. Come to the podium.
All protocols duly observed. I want to talk about this. I'm representing the Kingdom of Bahrain. I want to talk about the Section 4, the role of education in development, recognizing the transformative power of education in fostering economic and social progress. I want to talk about the use of digital learning methods in our education of today. When Professor Chinedu Nebo was here, he said something about using AI. Now let's imagine a world where AI, that's artificial intelligence, is used in solving every problem. Will there be any need of human beings anymore in the world? That means that there will not be job security for our youths and even the adults in the society. So I am not in support of the use of education, the role of education in development. Thank you.
With all protocols duly observed,
The lady from Bahrain just spoke.
permit me to
Does she
speak
have
in
anybody that is supporting her?
United the United Nations,
She has nobody that's supporting her position.
Melegome,
Then she can go and
Ungu Chebundu Robert,
that's what you do to each one of them.
Melene, Ambassador of Greece,
If they have someone that is supporting them, what will I do then? If they have someone that is
NFOD, Gia T. Nerome. Which basically means that my name is Ungu Chebundu Robert. I am the Greek ambassador and I'm pleased to make your acquaintance. Dear Secretary General, I'm in full support of your resolutions, but there is a section that I'm not in support of. The Hellenic Republic of Greece, although we have grades, our literacy rate is 95.27.
What section is that?
Although we have a literacy rate of 95.27%, which is more than the European Union average, we are facing levels of unemployment due to illiteracy eradication. That illiteracy eradication, it can be eradicated, but our country, due to the rate of unemployment, after reading all the courses and everything, after the pedagogy, you end up doing nothing basically with your life. So that doesn't give the lesser generation the driving force to complete their tertiary education. Thank you.
Okay, wait.
Good day. My name is Apollo.
Please, before you start, wait. Is anyone in support of what he just said? Please, if you're in support, indicate. No noise. Indicate with your placard. If you're in support, come up. Come up. Come up. I said you should come up. Just stand there. Young man, call that boy. Call him. Excuse
Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak again. I'm in support of what the last speaker said because in our current society,
there is literally no need to always go to school, because even if we say a holistic teaching where everything is taught to the students, it doesn't really make sense, because we are making use of digital learning methods where AI gets to man everything. The medical sector, educational sector, and every sector in the world. So what then is the driving force of going to schools? Thank you.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ekweme Chidubem Blossom. I'm in full support of what he said, which obviously he's against it. And that is Section 3, Gender Disparities and Illiteracy Eradication. I believe that his point was that after schooling and every other thing in the university and both high school and primary school, most times we suffer unemployment, which is very obvious. Literally, if you school, after schooling in university and getting your certificate, still you cannot, no matter how intelligent you are, you find it difficult to get employment. So I believe that this specifically, based on illiteracy eradication, doesn't really support anything, obviously. Thank you.
The President of the General Assembly, permit me to support him. I stand by, he's correct. The theme of this conference is development of education in developing countries. And in these developing countries, why are they still developing? It is mainly because of bad governance. And this bad governance has affected education. And in the resolution paper, bad governance was not mentioned anywhere. Bad governance is a reason why children are not driven to go to school, why children are not serious, because they know at the end there will not be job opportunities or whatsoever. That is the reason why many of them, and when they graduate and they have certificates, when they go for job interviews, they are rejected. And people who did not graduate, who did not merit the scores, or people with unqualified certificates, they are given because of their connections. The real owners or the real people that are supposed to deserve that job, they are denied of it. So this should be addressed also by the General Assembly.
Thank you. Okay, please. Nobody should come up again. If you want to speak, you talk from your seat. You raise your placards and then speak from your seat. And also, let me remind you, delegates, on the United Nations ground, you are not to speak for more than 1 minute. Please, keep that in mind.
Thank you, President of the General Assembly, for giving me the opportunity. Our ambassador from Greece made his own opinion concerning the Section 3 about gender disparities and illiteracy. Yes, I think the bone of contention in all you have said is unemployment. Now, unemployment, this is a case study. Remember, the goal and the aim why we are here is to make sure that there is development in every country. And for you to achieve development, education remains indispensable. Now, in life, you always be aware of the tick and the things. We should be considerate on how to get these persons employed. But the challenge we are facing in these countries is corruption. So now you guys have explained the reason why you dispute the fact of eradicating illiteracy, and we are putting it to you that the cause of unemployment in your country is a case of corruption. A case whereby the leaders remain it's transparent. A case whereby the leaders are open to adapt to developments. I think education should be your starting point. So please, our ambassador from Greece who made this postulation, we are going to think about this and revert to you because we believe that education is the key and nothing but that. And we are going to make every possible effort to ensure that there is infrastructure. Because when there is adequate infrastructure, when there is adequate social amenities, those who are educated can find a place where they can settle for their breadwin. So please, on this juncture, we are going to revert back on these, your own opinions. Thank you and God bless you.
Good day. And I do not support in section 9, which is reporting and evaluating, which says the General Assembly recommends the provision of comprehensive information on the implementation of education for all strategies to facilitate reporting on progress and challenges. It requires consideration of effective measures, including the possibility of launching a United Nations decade to eradicating illiteracy. Now, here's the problem. Illiteracy is not the only problem the world has. In countries like Laos, there are people that are living in very poor standards. In the rural areas, they lack access to clean water. About 82% of households do not have clean water. This can lead to diseases. So I'm saying that United Nations should not focus only on illiteracy because there are other problems that the world needs to be solved in the world.
Standing already on.
We observed something. Delegates come up here to disagree with what I seriously don't understand what they're saying. Like delegates from Bahrain, you talked about the artificial intelligence and you disagreed with section 4, right? Am I right? You disagreed with section 4. But section 4 says nothing about artificial intelligence. It talks about recognizing the transformation power of education in fostering economic and social progress. The General Assembly reaffirms the indispensable role of basic education in achieving various development objectives, including poverty eradication and sustainable development. So please, can you tell us how artificial intelligence aligns with what section 4 is talking about? No.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to talk. So the section is titled Role of Education in Development. The development that is mentioned here is economic and social progress. I want to talk more on the economic development. Economic development simply means all the efforts that are put together to increase the gross domestic product of a country. In Bahrain, the country is situated with different landmarks and tourist centers. People are not usually educated, and yet they are making a lot of progress in the world. So what then is the use of education if people can still help in improving the economy of the country even without development? Thank you.
Delegates, please, no noise. You can continue what you want to say.
Standing already on the already existing protocol, good day everybody. I'm going to talk very briefly on my disagreement with section 7, which says that all countries should redouble their efforts on combating illiteracy. I personally believe that there are some countries which at the moment have bigger problems than illiteracy because they've gone to a certain extent of combating illiteracy. Take, for instance, Estonia has a 98.7 literacy rate, which shows that we've come to a very reasonable extent in combating illiteracy in our country. I believe that this is the same for many other countries. There are many countries that require alleviation on poverty, they have problems concerning their economic and social development, not their education, which is why I think it shouldn't be every country that needs to redouble their efforts on combating illiteracy. Thank you.
Okay, please, if you come to speak or you're speaking from your seat, indicate your country, okay? Especially those that come to speak, starting from you. Tell us your country. Yeah, the country you're representing.
The Kingdom of Cambodia.
Okay.
Standing on all due or already due protocols, I am a proud delegate of Cambodia, and I am here not to criticize but to emphasize on a point that has been duly missed in the Section 2 of the resolution. I acknowledge this Section 2 of the resolution. Cambodia, for one, is all in all for the literacy and the education around the world for children and other people. But what Cambodia has recognized in this resolution is the absence of vocational training. I see vocational training as a very important factor of any form of education and not just literacy. Literacy can get you somewhere, yes, but vocational training takes you a very far place. As one of the previous delegates mentioned, or one of the previous seminary tutors mentioned, that even if you graduate, even if you hold your PhD, your master's, doesn't really guarantee you getting a job. But vocational training, if you have it, you'll be able to do just anything, anywhere, to be able to put food on your table. So yes, I do acknowledge this Section 2, I do approve of it, but I am here to indicate the absence of vocational training, seen as a very important aspect of every education. Thank you.
Thank you. Please, do any of the chair has anything to say?
Okay. Thank you. Suggestion concerning vocational education is as well in line with the smart schools being initiated by our working governor, His Excellency Dr. Peter Ndubi Simba. Yes, skill is important if one needs to survive. And what you said is plausible, and we are going to make a due diligent act on it because vocation is important. So we should not only prioritize having just education, but a vocational aspect of it. Being skillful is also important to enable one to survive. Thank you for that nice suggestion. God bless you.
Standing on the already existing protocol, my name is Michael Dine. I'm from the Citadel of Groups Schools, Enugu. I'm delegate of Togo. I appreciate the works of the chair in coming up with resolutions. I disagree with the Section 5 resolution, affirmation and declaration. They talked about bringing in the Amman affirmation and the Hamburg declaration. The Amman affirmation and the Hamburg declaration, it is points only towards the improvement of adult education. Now, you cannot build your house on a weak foundation. For you to try to improve the adult education, you have to first of all get it at the basics, and which I mean getting the childhood education to be a solid base. For you to improve the adult education, you should be aware that the childhood education system is already solid. Now, as the delegates of Togo, we are not going to accept that we are going to first of all make our adult education stronger without getting the childhood education, because
where you make your bed, that's the way you lie on it. Thank you.
Okay, before you continue, is there any contrary view? If you don't agree with what is said, please indicate by raising your placards. Delegate from Cyprus. Stay there and talk.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I think I'm going to oppose what the last speaker spoke about. He said that before we continue adult education, because the Amman and the Hamburg Declaration is on adult education. But I believe that this resolution is whole. And when you come to the section 2, we have conferences aimed at promoting literacy and education for all. And when they say education for all in this section 2, it means that education for both children, middle-aged people, adults, and even the old. Therefore, the second section encompasses both the fifth section. And if these delegates who spoke went through this resolution, I don't think he should have come up with what he said. Please, thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates from Cyprus. Anyone against what he said? If you're against what the delegates from Cyprus said, and you're in support of what the delegates from, what's that country that spoke now? Togo, please indicate. Stand up.
Yes, the section 2 talked about education for all. Now, coming to the section 5, to talk about education for only adults, I disagree with that. Because I see it that when we give emphasis to the childhood education, then we won't be afraid of the kind of the tertiary educations. There's no way that you'll be giving emphasis to the adult education when the children are not getting it. The children are among all. Adults are among all. But the children have to get it right. And that's why it should be emphasized much more than the adult education. Thank you.
Let me just call one person. Delegates from Cuba.
Thank you very much. Okay, this has been a matter arising. I strongly believe with what the Togo delegate says. Because how can you tell me that people of adults, that education would be more important to them than their children? The Cyprus delegate is trying to discombobulate us. Because even him as well, if he goes back to the look of things, you will see that children need education more than their parents, which are the adults. So the Cyprus guy trying to rebut the Togo, telling us that the adult education is meant to be considered more imperative and highly demanding than that of the primary or children education, that is very relevant and shouldn't be seen as such.
Any contrary view? If you are against, please raise your placards. Delegate from Belgium. After this one.
I want to address the issue where he said that if the children are not educated, why should we focus on the adults? Firstly, they are not saying that children should not be educated, and they are not telling you to focus only on adult education. According to the Hamburg Declaration and Amman Affirmation, it's talking about where like adult education should be promoted. It's not saying that you should abandon the children education and focus on the adults. Because for them to talk about the adults, I mean, you have to be educated from childhood. What they are saying here is that after your basic and secondary education, tertiary too should also be considered important. Thank you.
Thank you. You may go on. Go on. Yes.
Standing on already existing protocols, my name is Matthias Chikani, and I am the delegate of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. I've listened to what everyone said, and I observed one thing. Everyone prefers solutions, ideas, even this, what do you call it, the resolution is like section, ideas vary into sections, but there are no actual real implementation. Like, let me give an example. Like, a student now is not doing well in school, taking the last position. You see, the teachers come together for a meeting, and then they now decide, they now find out that the child's problem is that he doesn't read his books. Some other person will say it's because he plays too much. Another person says just because that is who he is. But no one has actually stood up here to provide actual solutions like how can we help this child? So when we talk about ensuring quality education for everybody in the world, we believe that Guyana is a very small country somewhere in South America, almost non-existent. But the idea of quality education for all is meant for all hands on deck. So everybody that just identifying the idea is just an idea until actually someone does something about it. So Guyana has provided some solutions to the quality education problem that were not actually illustrated in the resolution. One of them is the Guyana Education Sector Improvement Project by the...
Please, you have 1 minute to talk.
Okay, thank you. By the Minister for Education. We also have, Guyana has also observed that the United Nations talk about everyone, but in a way, not everyone actually has equal opportunities. So what Guyana believes is that for quality education to be actually promulgated and actually be effective in the world by the year 2030, they believe that all hands must bake and everyone should produce ideas, but everyone should also work together to push the ideas to reality. Thank you.
Please. I would like to announce that there will be an adjournment now. After the adjournment, that's for lunch, you will be the next to speak. So I think we may all rise.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I know that the day is fast spent. People are hungry, right? It's time to eat. But isn't it better for us not to rush, for everybody not to rush outside? Can we just maybe stretch out inside here and see how we can eat in, say, 4 batches? The first set of people will go so that they don't have a crowd to manage. And then you don't exert yourself as well. So just move around the whole. Let's have this first. Yes, in 4 batches. From this, yes, so you can move. You can move. Once they have gone
Good day, esteemed guests, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow students. My name is Ofole John Somtochukwu. I am a delegate representing Lao People's Democratic Republic. Education is not just the key to unlock the doors of opportunities. It is the pathway out of poverty for millions of people in developing countries. It is the driver of change and development, and it is critical for the growth of human race. A man named Malcolm X quoted that education is the passport for the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. As I stand here, 1 out of 10 children worldwide are not in school. With this amount of children in the streets without education, how will the human race get their passport for the future? How will we be ready for tomorrow if we don't prepare for it today? I am here to enlighten you on how we can develop education in developing countries. Laos has a lot of problems in their educational system but I'll emphasize on lack of quality education in rural areas. Those living in isolated mountainous areas lack good infrastructure, problem of distance to their school, limited educational resources, and teacher shortage. With these problems, the Laotians in the rural areas will not bother to go to school because it's to add to their hardship. 70% of children in the rural areas do not go to school, compared to 84% in the urban areas. You can see that it's not only in the rural areas we have problems. To increase the attendance rate of students in Laos, United Nations should establish educational institutions, train quality teachers, provide educational resources, and also engage the children in online lessons. Laos in online lessons, so that everyone in the rural areas and urban areas will have easy access to education. Thanks.
Thank you, delegates from Laos Republic. So we'll begin from where we stopped during the debates. There was a girl who wanted to speak before I adjourned the debate. So please come up. Or rather, speak from there.
Standing on the already existing protocol, I greet everyone. I greet every single one here. My name is Agwe Joyce, and I am a delegate of Egypt. In my country, I've come to realize that the literacy rate of my country is reducing yearly. And why is it reducing yearly? It is because of the economic challenges. And the main consequence of that economic challenges is corruption and bad governance. Out of all the superior officials, superior delegates coming to this podium to talk to us, no one has ever talked about how to curb corruptions amongst the government. I know that this is something that everyone has to engage, both stakeholders and government and everyone. But the main people that are to curb this, that to make this thing to be effective are the government. And when there is corruption amongst the government, how can this be achieved? Do you think that this can be achieved? It cannot be achieved. In 2021, the literacy rate of my country is above 87%, but right now, in the recent world, it is decreasingly 74%. And why? Having spent almost 20 years in the educational sector, graduating as a student that has something upstairs, and you don't have a work to show for it. You go to apply for a job, and you are denied job opportunities. So how do you feel? If you are in a family and you are the third born, your firstborn experienced this, the second born experienced this, and you as a third born, will you go and venture into education for spending a lot of years and coming out, starting to struggle from the beginning, or will you consider it as a mistake? I know education is not a mistake, but the officials, that is the government, are making it look like a mistake, because having grown in that type of background, you don't see education as a mistake. Spending all those years, wasting all those monies, and graduating as a student without having nothing like a job to show for it, starting struggling to make ends meet. So please, the issue of corruption has to be curbed so as to pave way for brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is there anyone who agrees to what she says? Any contrary view? Any contrary view? Okay. If you don't support what she said, indicate by raising your placard. If you don't support, El Salvador.
Good day, everyone. The President General, the President of the Security Council, the Deputy President General, and the Secretary General of the United Nations, standing on the already existing protocol, I would like to say a contrary view to what my fellow delegates from Egypt said. Owing to the fact that she said that corruption, leaders are responsible for corruption. It's one of the necessary things that has spoiled educational system in Nigeria. I would like to say words against it. Check, for example, in the educational sectors of the school, corruption has eaten deep, even to the fact that students now pay for them to give them answers to WAEC and the rest of external exam. Isn't that corruption? So she cannot just say that it's only the president that is responsible for that. Even we as students, we are responsible for that. Thank you.
There is one of their placards. Costa Rica. The one here is not.
Good day, everybody. My name is Okibe Chamaka, an ambassador from Costa Rica. First of all, I would like us to understand that education is not the reason for unemployment. The reason for high rate of unemployment is because time and season is changing and the world is going to a global village. So the high time we understand that education is not our problem, the better for us. She was talking about corruption. Don't you think education is what will help us fight that corruption? Corruption is not something that just manufactures, it is inbuilt. Everybody has that ideology. In your little aspect, you have something that you are doing that is corrupted. Tell yourself the truth. So you don't blame it to education. So please, actually, I think that education is something that is supposed to help us fight corruption. Not saying that because of education that is corruption is increasing or this or that. Unemployment is caused because we have a global village. So you don't blame it to education. You have to upgrade yourself and adapt to this global village that is going on. All right, so let's not blame it to education. Education is very important to everybody and can actually help us upgrade ourselves. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, delegates from Costa Rica. Okay. I think that will be enough for now. Do any other country have something to say about the resolution or a section you don't support? Back. Delegate from Singapore.
Good day, everyone. Presidents of the United Nations General Assembly, President of the Security Council, Deputy President General, and Secretary General. My name is Wanvu Victoria, and I'm a delegate from the Republic of Singapore. I'm standing not to oppose any of the resolutions read before, but I want to add something. Something is missing. Singapore has one of the best education standards in Asia, but still has some challenges. And these challenges not only in Singapore, but in some other countries. Most of these countries which are multilingual, that has different cultures attached to it, different languages, some which don't speak English, some which don't speak China. So now, talking about education for all, trying to cover gender disparities, have you also thought about those seated in a class that is taught in English but cannot understand English? So how does that child learn? Management of increasing cultural diversity in the educational landscape of countries. We can resolve this issue by adopting multicultural approach in its organizational strategies, management structures, and practicing in teaching and learning. When we adopt multicultural approach, for those students that do not understand some languages like French, Chinese, or even English, at least they'll be better understood because they might feel left out when they're seated in a class, they are not understanding the language used. They might feel left out. There's no need for education anyway. I don't understand the language being used. So I think this should be added, management of increasing cultural diversity in the educational landscape. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate from Singapore. Who agrees with what she said? As who supports her? Okay. So, those that are against what she said indicate by raising your placard. If you don't support what she said, if you are against what she said, indicate by raising your placard. I'm not. Delegate from Chile.
Why is it putting and putting down?
Good day, everyone, my fellow delegates. I'm Sylvia Naji from the Republic of Chile. Yes, I heard her say something about cultural diversity. First of all, ask yourself, why is that child in school? Beforehand, we can't be able to speak English, but we came to school to learn English language. So ask yourself, why are you in school? You are in school to learn. That child that don't understand whether Spanish or French, that child should ask herself, why am I in school? You are in school to learn. And I also want to say something. Yes, we all talk about education, education, education. Education is good. But coming to the 17 goals we have, I want to focus more on goal 1 and goal 2, which is zero hunger and end poverty. A child who is very hungry, can you go to the child and tell the child, come to school? The child won't listen to you. I think the main objective we all should focus more on is zero hunger, that is ending hunger and poverty. Like the president of the Global Director International Human Rights said, the United poverty is not just when you don't have a place or a place to lay your head. Someone who don't have a place to lay your head, do you expect that person to go to school?
Thank you, delegates from Chile. Okay.
She's talking another thing.
Okay, let's hear from the Secretary General.
Okay, good day, everyone. Please remember that the section we are in is the debating section. But before you stand up, speak, make sure that you are not deviating from the point. You understand? Remember, we read a resolution, and you are meant to speak from that resolution. So anything that you are speaking outside this resolution is null and void. We're working on a resolution. So, and the essence why we are debating on this resolution is to know where there is lapses and to know where we are going to improve. So you speaking outside the resolution is not making sense at all. So please, to save our time and to make us to be more cognitive, try and read from the resolution. Thank you.
They're still raising up their hand for the standing question. Maybe any of this.
Yeah, if I say it. Saint Lucia.
Thank you, Secretary General. Standing on the existing protocol, I'm by name Nebife Ifechukwu Kizito. So I'm the delegate from St. Lucia. I want to talk about, you are talking of removing illiteracy in the education system. But education is not all about reading and reading and reading. I think we should emphasize more on vocational and skills. For example, I'm from Government Technical College, GTC Enugu. We are being known for creative and all that. So I think we should work more. We should add to this list of resolution that the skills and revolutions of all this should be added. So in talking of the skills, I think in development of education in development countries, we should add the aspect that we students don't just need to be reading, but we should also need to acquire more skills in the development of education for all. Thank you.
If they held them, those people are supposed to be in that place, not these people here now are supposed to select to be because a country, now a country has got like 3 representatives. Now one is supposed to be national, the other is one is right. Somebody would tell me. Where is it?
Delegate from Mauritius.
All protocols duly observed. I'm the ambassador of Mauritius. In agreement with what the ambassador of St. Lucia said, I would like to speak on improving Section 4 of the United Nations General Assembly resolutions. It says role of education in development. In Section 4, it states that basic education can develop economic and social progress, but I disagree with that. Teaching students or young youths about only what is within a specific curriculum doesn't grow anything. It excludes ICT-based technological subjects, global involvement. It also excludes pathway building. I advise the United Nations General Assembly to include extracurricular activities such as pathway building, practical life learning. And not only will this grow their economic and social progress, it will build a pathway for citizens and youth to develop their countries with easy access to Ivy League universities. Thank you.
Thank you, delegates. Please, delegates, before you raise up your placards, try to talk according to the standing question. I have not yet asked you to talk about the resolution or any section that you don't agree with. We are still talking about countries that don't agree with what the delegate from Singapore said. So please, listen before you talk. But we'll still get back to what you said, okay? Okay. Any other delegate that doesn't agree with what the lady from Singapore said? in Guyana. Delegates from Guinea. Delegates from Guinea, are you not ready to talk?
So, I don't agree with the language barrier she talks about. According to UNESCO, quality education is one which is inclusive, equitable, and relevant. So, if quality education is inclusive, it's supposed to accommodate the people within that region. I'm very, very sure that whoever has that language barrier is not the only person that might have that problem. So teachers are supposed to be trained to teach students according to the problems that they have in each area. So that's what I feel. I don't agree with what the delegate from Singapore said. Thank you.
Thank you, delegate from Guinea. Okay, now let's get to what delegate from Mauritius said. Hope you heard her when she talked. Did you hear her? Or should she repeat herself? Please, delegate from Mauritius, do according to what the House.
Once again, all protocols duly observed. I am the ambassador of Mauritius, and I'm here to add to Section 4 of the United Nations General Assembly resolutions. So first of all, I agree that basic education improves social and economic progress. But what I disagree with is that that's the only thing that improves it. Extracurricular activities such as ICT-based learning, global learning, technological learning, pathway building, or even practical life learning also grows social and economic progress because, first of all, it teaches the youth and citizens of a country how to handle certain things, like, for example, building infrastructures and not knowing how to handle them, or building facilities in schools such as WALB boards and not knowing how to handle them. Extracurricular activities such as ICT-based learning teach students and also teachers on how to handle this. And not only will this grow their economic and social progress, it will build a pathway for citizens and youth to develop their countries with capabilities to enter Ivy League inclined schools. Thank you.
So, do anybody support what she said? Okay. Anyone against her? Okay. Delegate from Kazakhstan.
Standing on the already established protocols. In what the delegate from Mauritius says, she was talking about that extra curriculum should be established to focus on economic and to push on economic development. I want to start by giving her the definition of education. Education is the process by which we acquire knowledge and skills and put it forward to enhance productivity. So skill acquisition, computer training, and other things that we learn either in the school, in the cyber cafe, or even at home is part of education. Thank you.
Delegate from Benin Republic.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. All protocols duly observed.
I am by name Onibo Miracle Chiemerie, a delegate from Republic of Benin. I opposed to what she said. She said that someone can build something and you don't know how to handle it. How on earth can a well-mannered human being build a technology and you don't know how to handle it? That doesn't make any sense. And I don't think I'm done with you. Thank you.
Delegates from Cyprus.
Good day, everyone. All protocols duly observed. I think in these United Nations going on, this is a place for delegation. And what he just did now is not part. What he just did is undiplomatic. He's not representing his country correctly. Please, this is what I'm trying to say. And when it comes to maintenance, as we all know, in several African countries, some governors or presidents or politicians can come, they'll bring innovation, they'll build things, but when they leave, their predecessors, their successors, those that are succeeding them, will not maintain what they have built. And we see that all those infrastructure will be depleting. It will be spoiling. So I believe that the maintenance culture of a country can actually not be working in what she said. So a person can build a technology, and when the person goes, another person that is to handle that technology can mishandle it. And so on this note, what he did is undiplomatic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, delegates from Cyprus. That will do for now. There's something I want to do now. We all got the resolution, or at least you heard the resolution when the Secretary General read it, right? Okay, now we want to do a voting. I want to pass this resolution to you. If you approve of this resolution, you shout aye. And if you disapprove, you say nay. Do you understand? And the aye has it. I say that the aye will have it. Let me keep it that way. Should we start?
Understand this, delegates, listen up. Okay. The concept of ayes and the nays is a parliamentary practice. I earlier mentioned about voice. Oh, but you see, I'm supposed to be hidden now. I'm not part of the debate. I'm not part of the officers now, so you're not supposed to even see me now. Maybe I should go down right. Okay, since you really want me to speak up, the concept of the ayes and the nays is a voice vote. That is what the President of the General Assembly has just. So when she gives the order for the ayes to make the noise, if you're in support, you say aye. And if you're, after that, you say, those who are not in support, you say nay. Okay? It's a simple thing. Those in support, say aye. And after the ayes, you say those in support, against, say nay. And after that, she will decide which one was the loudest, and she will either pass the resolution or the resolution will fail. That's what she just explained. Madam President?
Yes, sir.
Can you go on now?
So you had the instruction. Okay? Those who approve of this resolution, those that agree that the resolution should be passed, please shout aye. Those who are not in support, shout nay.
Okay, calm down. Calm down, everybody. That was just testing the microphone. I observed that all who shouted aye still shouted nay.
Yes.
Now, it means you don't know when you want to say yes and when you want to say no. Hello, everybody. At least no one here is in kindergarten. So it's in kindergarten that you may find teachers asking children to know when they want to say yes and know when they want to say no. So stay quiet after you have made your decision. If your decision is the ayes, stand with the ayes. And if your decision is with the nays, stand with the nays. And you don't prolong a voice vote. If it's ayes, say aye. If it's nays, say nay. And that's all. You don't say nay. And you don't continue doing aye, as if you're doing that and waiting for others to join you. And the foolish ones who have already voted will now join you again. You know there are foolish delegates. There are even foolish countries. So don't be a foolish country, don't be a foolish delegate. Madam President, conduct the vote again.
Okay, let's do it again.
Quiet, everybody. Let the vote be conducted properly.
I said, if you approve of the resolution or you agree that the resolution should be passed, please shout aye. If you don't approve, please shout nay.
Tell them the vote is not clear. So you are calling for a division, okay?
Okay.
You are calling for a division. Those in support of the vote should line up on this red carpet and they will be counted. After that, they will go and sit down. Those against the vote will come and line up and they will be counted.
Actually, this vote is not clear. So we'll do something. If you approve of the resolution, that's if you said aye, please come out and stand on the red carpet.
Quietly. This is called a division. No noise. Quiet, everybody. Quiet, quiet, quiet. You are still on the floor. You're now going to be counted because the voice vote was not clear. Listen, listen. The voice vote was not clear for the president to determine whether the resolution should pass or should fail. Because of that, we are doing a division. She has called for a division. A division is those for the vote, those in support should stand forth and be counted. So now, please count. Let's hurry, let's hurry. No noise, no noise, no noise, please. This is all the eyes. Yes.
They already know that the names are
Go and explain it. Go and sit down and explain it. We want quiet, silence, please. Please.
Please listen up. The point we are in now is we want to adopt this resolution. So if you are misconcepting this idea now, please get it clear. We are not second nor supporting the last ambassador that made a comment. But to pass this resolution into law. So please get it clear. Please listen up. We are talking about the resolution that we have read. So please don't misconcept it with the one that the ambassador just spoke about. So please, once you are here, you know you are in support of this resolution. Okay, thank you.
Count.
Yeah.
What are you counting? They just want to make it easy. They know all of them. I know all of them. If you join the line, I'll tell them that you join the line. How much am I doing this now? That they are funny. Process now. Some did not understand that. They think it's like the support of the.
Okay, the ayes, those who support this 130. So if you don't support it, that's if you don't approve of the resolution, if you don't agree that the resolution should be passed, please step forward.
If you know you are not in support of the resolution, they are the ones
No, if
to
you're from
step
the
forward.
back, don't come out.
If you know you
From the
have,
back, don't come out, please.
it's only the delegates.
Only the delegates.
Only the
Only
delegates.
the delegates.
Everybody is coming out.
People at the back.
Thank you, support. You did not
Okay,
support anyone.
sit down, everybody. Go back to your seats, everybody.
Senior man, please, can you capture only me this place? I can't walk, I don't walk. Just one, you can hold just one shot, please. Zoom it well.
Now, quiet, everybody. Now, voting is not for the members of the committees that even joined in producing the resolution. Members of the committees that worked on the findings, how do you come and vote again? Now remember, your country rep is here to vote. That is why you prepared the document. It came through you and became a resolution. And now it has to be debated upon. It has been debated. We have tried the voice vote to pass it, or no one should come from behind. No one should be seen standing up from behind from the members of the committees who worked on it in the first place. Learn this, everybody. This is the voting procedure. Madam President, call for the vote again by division. Let's see and count it properly. Can we all be quiet?
Okay. If you approve of the resolution, if you agree that the resolution should be passed and adopted, you're in support, please come out. Step forward. I should not come out.
Okay, now, okay, wait, Secretary General, please wait. Hello, to keep the records correctly and to ensure that somebody does not go sit down and come back again to be counted among the names. Those against.
No, they will.
Okay, first of all, count those sitting down before we count those standing up, because it must be in the records.
You see, they are not sure. What's all this now?
No double voting. No double voting. It's either you are standing up or you're sitting down.
Don't be confused in life.
50. Here and here, 50. Please note it down, 50. 50 nays. You can now count the ayes.
Can't find my gavel of fun. Yeah, but
How many are they?
Okay, quiet everyone. Quiet everyone. Quiet. Listen. Before the president speaks, I am glad that this happened. If it had not happened, we may not have known the difference between a voice vote and a division. Now we have known the difference. We have even practiced it twice. It even failed because certain measures were not put in place. We repeated it. Now, and you've also seen the reason why after a voice vote there may be need for a division. That is when it is not clear to the presiding officer who the loudest of the shout. He or she may decide to call for a division. Okay? In certain other methodologies, you have to write. You write your decision. That is called secret ballot. You write your decision on a sheet of paper and you pass it across. So it is open. Yes, dropped here. Yes, dropped here. Yes, dropped. Yes, dropped. And then the no dropped, no drop, no drop. And at the end of the day, the yes are counted and no ballots are counted and announced. So these are the different methods. And we have adopted the voice. It was not clear to us. We went into a division, and now we have a clear position. Madam President, go ahead.
Okay, so after the voting, after the division, we came out with the results. And that is, the nays are 50 in number, and the ayes are 104 in number. So the ayes have it. And I hereby declare this resolution adopted. Thank you.
Okay, let's look at another solution by tomorrow. I want to give you the picture of what's going to happen tomorrow. Now, we have to cut short because the Security Council will convene now. and have their own experience too. So we will cut short the General Assembly. I beg you all to understand the situation. But owing to the fact that this has been very interesting, when we get here tomorrow at 3 p.m., but tomorrow is 3 p.m., it's just going to be a quick 1 hour session and a minutes period for some honors and awards. If you're not quiet, I will be quiet. You do the. Okay. Delegates are known for their quietness. So tomorrow, the House will be called to order at exactly 3 p.m. I gave strict orders yesterday. Unfortunately, there are rains this morning, and some people always feel like the rains are enough excuse in every circumstance. There won't be rains tomorrow. I'm a rainmaker. I know that. You don't believe me? Don't you? I'm a rainmaker. There won't be rains tomorrow. Seriously, I hope there won't be rains tomorrow so that 3 p.m. will be 3 p.m. By 3 p.m., anybody that is not seated will not be allowed into the chamber. And exactly, hold on, at exactly 3 p.m., the House will be called to order. We'll use just an hour for the resolution to be tabled, and thereafter we go into the honors. Because after the honors, you will all have a validatory session outside, a farewell session outside, while the government officials and others have another program here concerning everything you have been doing. We have declared a great achievement for Enugu State. We have obtained from all of the documents you have been submitting, the papers presented by country diplomats, the work of the committees, the work of the resolutions, committee or organ, and the rapporteurs have all been properly scrutinized by proficiently well-placed persons who have come up with what is known as the Enugu Declaration. And because you have different countries here who came to be part of this, I told you earlier how they will join their signatures to yours so that we achieve something known as the Charter of Enugu. Now, it is both the Enugu Declaration and the Charter of Enugu that will be put together to form what is known as the Enugu Platform of Action. And that platform of action is going to carry all your names. That platform of action, anywhere you find it in the world, please let everybody know that your signature is in there, your name is in there. Of course, at a session which I ran to participate in this afternoon, I know that we have gotten the nod of the Buckingham Palace, if you know the Buckingham Palace, and even that of the White House to receive the platform of action that is going to come out of this particular occasion. So be proud of yourself. I think you are valuable, so I am proud of you all too. My job right now is to work with the Security Council, the members of the Security Council, and some intending members of the Security Council, you will all be brought together. If I say we stay in this venue, we may waste a lot of time because some delegates will continue being unruly no matter what you say. So the members of the Security Council and Madam President of Security Council, we will move to another hall, and those intending members of the Security Council and a few observers will be with us to convene the Security Council and go into the business of the Security Council the way you have done the business of the General Assembly here today. So right now, I will allow Madam President of the General Assembly to do her work.
Hello, everyone. Delegates, I hope you're all having fun. Okay, okay. I guess we had fun today, right? Okay, so please, we are really sorry for the Wi-Fi had issues because of this rain. There has been a Wi-Fi, free Wi-Fi here since yesterday, given to us by one of our partners, but we realized that it had issues today. But we're promising that by tomorrow, the Wi-Fi will be working and you all have free Wi-Fi. Then please, we want you to do us a favor. The world has been watching you for the past few days through our social media handles. And we'll also want you to follow the social media handles so you get to see what we've been doing for the past few days. And not just following it, we want you to like, comment, and share everything we've been doing. We have our hashtags there. Thank you. We have our hashtags there. We have your pictures up there, our visitors, the ambassadors, and all the delegates. So please, feel free to like, share, and share with your friends as well, with all your networks. So on Facebook, you will find us at the name ENEMS. I'm going to spell ENEMS. E-N-E-M-S. ENEMS. That is on Facebook. Did we get that? Okay, I will go again. E for elephant. N for your name. E again. M for man. And S. That is ENEMS on Facebook. Then on Instagram, we would also like you to AfriZest Smart Consult. I'll spell that. AFRIZEST. AfriZest. AfriZest Smart Consult. So please do follow on Facebook, on Instagram, like.
It is called the Values for Daily Living Essay Contest, VDL Essay Contest, and it is for students of senior secondary schools, SS1 to what? SS3. And you must be in a government or public school. Guess what? The prizes are very juicy. The third prize winner goes home with 200,000 naira. Second prize, they haven't won yet though, but you see, it's something that you want to be part of. The second prize winner goes home with 300,000 naira. Wow. Guess what the winner goes home with? 500,000 naira. Yes, 500,000. And the organizer of this contest is here. She'll soon come up to talk to us. Guess what? The deadline had already passed, but because of you, they decided to extend it so that you can be part of it. Give a resounding applause as I invite Mrs. Sandra Annie. She is the president of Values for Daily Living International.
Hello, wonderful students. Hello, amazing students. Hello, global citizens. Good evening, everyone. I'm pleased to be in your midst. How I love everyone here. Honestly, I do. And I want to appreciate you all for all you have been doing so far, for your commitment, your dedication to what you're doing. I applaud you for that. Please, can you clap for yourself? It's really, really not easy to sit down, be taught, and participate in such an event. You're awesome and amazing. All right. I am the founder of Values for Daily Living International and also the author of Values for Daily Living. What we do at Values for Daily Living is we use the teaching of values to change minds, thereby transforming lives. If I'm able to convince you to be a compassionate human being, I believe your life has been transformed to a reasonable extent because you're going to treat people with a lot of compassion. Am I right? And I'm able to convince you to have respect, to be humble. I'm sure you can relate with people around you with those values. So right now, we all know about the numeracy and the literacy contest. We're all about that. Olympiad competition and the rest of them. How about moral-based activities? How about moral values? Now, my organization stands as the first to champion such essay contest. A lot of immoral activities have been going on, but right now we want to begin to promote moral-based activities. If they can give you money for passing mathematics, give you money for passing English, I want to reward you for imbibing values. Please, can you clap for our organization? I want to reward you. I want to commend you. I want to appreciate you, or we want to appreciate you for imbibing solid values. That's what we are all about. And we're encouraging every Nigerian student. I'm from Enugu, and over the years since 2019, I've been doing a lot of projects with Enugu in partnership with the state government. But right now, I'm extending. And very soon, it will be beyond our nation, Nigeria, because Values for Daily Living International is projecting and providing a need, or a solution our world is in dire need of. And what is that? Moral values. Because irrespective of our religious background, irrespective of our race, values make the world what? Go round. So I need you to make a conscious return to values. If you're able to inculcate good, solid values, you can thrive wherever you are as a human being. So right now, this essay contest it ended in May 29, but because of the love I have for you, I want to extend it. Not just so you win this, I want to have that relationship with you, Nigerian students. On our platform, please ensure you're following us on Values for Daily Living. Follow us. We have more activities coming up. It's not ending here. So many activities are coming up, and I'm encouraging every Nigerian student here. I'm so happy to meet you all together. So please, try and participate. You're not losing anything, but you're gaining so much. This is a platform that can give you so much. So ensure you're following us on our social media platforms on Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and our website is also there, even on YouTube. How many of you are excited about this? You should be happy. All right. Thank you. The flyers are going round, so when you get it, go through the details, and in less than 1 week, yes, I need to say that. Today is what? So when do you want us to close the portal? 1 week is okay for this essay, right? So on the, should we negotiate? So when do you want us to shut down the portal for this essay contest? When? When everybody's talking, nobody's talking. I want 3 people to tell me, and that's what I will do. Let me listen. Can I hear you? Just tell us, when do you want us to end this essay contest?
On the month of July.
Ah. When do you want us to end this essay contest?
Okay. Good day, everyone. My name is Collins Kayla. I want this event to end by 13th.
Okay, tell us. I need you to understand the question. The essay contest is on. We want to extend it. We want to do what? Extend it. And I want to negotiate with you, so you tell me, when do you want us to end?
Okay. Good day. My name is Elekwachi.
Just say when, yes.
I want this contest to end on the 4th of July.
Okay, let me say something. However, we are supposed to have an event in July where we will be awarding the ambassadors. And the winners will become the ambassadors of values for daily living. And you know some of the juicy things we'll be doing? We'll be having up to 10 billboards in Nigeria, different states. Your faces will be on those billboards. So because we have this activity in July, please, we can't extend it to July.
Okay, so finally,
one person should just tell me.
Finally, and they need to leave.
June. Beautiful.
Okay.
One for him. He said end of June.
End of June.
So if you pick a date, end of June is no date.
Okay, 20th of June is fine. 20th, thank you.
So 20th, we end.
All
Thank
right.
you so much.
Thank you very much. Now the ambassador is back.
Okay, so we unanimously agreed by voting, which was free and fair, that the resolution should be passed. Okay, at this very moment, I would like to pass this resolution to the Secretary General to index on it, give it a number, and permanently put it in the United Nations records. Thank you. Keyboard.
Should I say anything? Should I say
Ambassador, should you say anything?
Okay, so let us keep in mind that we are reconvening here tomorrow by 3 p.m. Please let us be punctual, ambassadors and delegates. By 3 p.m., every delegate should be in this hall. Do you understand me? Okay, so I would like to bring this section to a close. You may go and do have a beautiful